Normally we start want to say thank you to the format one thing I would like to get to pay for it.
From the
Exactly. Anyone want to say anything else?
I just want to thank Ms. Viveros and our CFO Joe for all the work they've done. It's been very refreshing this year to go through this packet of information instead of looking through reams and reams of line items trying to figure out what belongs where and how it relates to what we're trying to do today. So thank you to you both.
Yeah, I'll just repeat something that I think I've said before on this day, which is, one of the difficult things that we have to do, possibly the most difficult thing we have to do each year is make a budget using our neighbors' money. And it's a responsibility we take very seriously. We understand, particularly in light of some of the recent changes to the tax code, the degree to which our residents really are burdened by taxes and property taxes really do play a large role in terms of what kind of community we are and what kind of community we're going to be in the future. And I think everyone up here is very cognizant of the fact that there are people in town who are great Maplewoodians who every year really struggle with the tax burden here in town. And sometimes we do lose people to other communities, and it also limits to some extent who can afford to move here. So that's a responsibility we take very seriously. And we want to provide the best level of services, the best facilities we can, but we also need to consider what we can afford. And that's why we every year take these extra days and sit down with every department head to really carefully go line by line and consider the money that we're spending. And as much as we value our township employees and would love to give them raises and pay them at the top of the market, we need to look at the bottom line and figure out what we can afford and what we can't, and do the best we can under the circumstances with the best interests of our residents and our township in mind. So that's all I have to say, and that's the lens with which I'll be using to look at the various requests and proposals as we go through this process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else want to say anything as we start off? Ms. Viveros, do you would like to just say anything about the process? No? No, you're okay? All right. Claudia, you're okay? All right. So then we'll start with our court. Mr. Bancroft. And I would assume Ms. De Palma's coming up too with the prosecutor? Now.
I gotta get ready. because
Morning.
Ryan talks really fast, so. I know. Okay.
You can reference the screen here, and we'll have a key for you with the budget account numbers and the department that they belong to, just in case you need to reference.
This is in tab K. And do we have this on sheets? On our budget sheet? What number is it? Yes.
Item budgets.
And I could barely see that.
Got it. Okay.
What is it?
All
Page
good,
10,
except I don't know what
on
the column
the one that says department line item budget.
Just so I can briefly explain to anybody who's listening, the last three digits, 100s are for salary and wages, and then when you start off with the 200s, that's for other expenses. That's the expenditure
Right.
part of the budget.
We're in account 490, right?
Correct, 490, 100.
Okay. So, Mr. Bancroft, thank you. Mr. Palmer, thank you. We've had the opportunity to look at your budget numbers, your description here of 2018, 2019. You have one capital request, but it's not until 2020, correct?
Right.
Okay, and you have one merit increase request, which we won't talk about in public. Okay, so welcome, and why don't you give us a few of your highlights for 2018 and what you hope to accomplish in 2019. Again, don't go through it because we've read it already. Assume we've read it.
The biggest highlight I had, one, first and foremost, I want to give my thanks to Aaron and all the thanks to have a relationship being a program of the municipal job for years. I can update that transition has been smooth. This did go live on October 21st. We were very pleased with that. That's a great way to start off. We will all just fine. People will be attending judge school sometime in March.
Judge school.
Required as part of the training process. You must have visited at least 15 to 20 different sessions in other courses throughout the county. So we're doing well. There's some changes to policy, but I think prosecutor comment is up. As far as highlights, the biggest theme as read in my report is reform. Active statewide, I think that's something that we echo on the local level. We're seeing where it's at for our foreign policy. What I'm most pleased about is that I was part of the committee, the Supreme Court committee on municipal fines and fees. We don't have a copy, and Mr. Jackson said that we give a copy, I'm sure before next meeting. It's quite the movement, but what's great about our committee is both myself, Dr. Palm, I, and the creation of the report now, she and working to see what can actually be implemented. We've had local representation. That's really a compliment to the township, but also that we have a voice. So providing that, I'm most proud of that. I think it's time. This is the most important time in my career, and it's probably dating back to 1983 when they consolidated municipal courts. This is a big time for this. Mainly what we're talking about is access for the public, how financial obligations and penalties impact individuals, how license suspensions and warrants are impacting the community and the defendants we serve. So, I don't achieve most recently is, while we had this in place, is parking tickets. There are great volume of our jurisdiction. We've recently automated to a web form, which is something we've talked about the last few years. It is how you automate the process in-house and more efficient in trying to assist the public, but also allow the public to test things online, bring it in, or let a prosecutor review it, and most importantly, provide the access without them having to take it for their family. Those are some of the formal procedures we're putting in place without any edict from the state. I'm not sure of any other support in the state as far as that is had that is out back, I would say. But it's important to know that we understand how it is working and what we can. How do we transition that to action? As far as our next, some ideas of confidence. How do you not go to the how you do have a financial burden, are you not required necessarily to come into court? Is there a mechanism online where you can have the individual rights to the they have experience in financial law? One of the issues is where the game has to court, which I mentioned, why would someone then come into the court to meet that request? That takes away from the importance of these people and getting back to work to fulfill their financial obligations. So how do we find the access without taking away from their financial? So that's a requirement to, I think, it's again what you're asking of us. There's a number of other rules in there I would like you to through them. Operationally, we are transitioning a bit. It's still a long time ago. I can say that us administration. Designs and metadata, design templates. We have about 6,500 templates that we're attempting to work paperless. Included in that is now our new this all online web form, as well as our e-forms, all the other forms that we have in file. That's essentially where we need to be. Over the last month, we had to step back. We had some issues related to storage and how we're securing our files. And our vision, if we have redundancy built in, we need to think of a way to offset that data. So that's where we're at right now. But as far as I say, the majority of the documents are live. We just haven't turned it on. We're actually pursuing a directive, it's electronic management directive provided by the New Jersey Sheriff, in which we need to follow certain rules and regulations in order to turn on the live and ensure that we secure the state. So that's the only, I'd say, frustration that I've had is we're just out there, we have to take a step back a little bit, but I would say it's a minor step.
Okay, Ryan, it's a natural process in corporate America. You have to throttle out after you go QA to production. So what you're doing is understandable. So you have this a phased process.
I asked a question about that. Is there redundancy of the records since we know we just had some ransomware issues? Is there, because we're transitioning from paper and rightfully so, but
So,
somewhere in two different places, like everything?
absolutely. So that means that we were redundancy in-house on the service, I won't go through that, but the state actually provides this.
Okay.
Microfiche.
But it's, yeah, right. That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Should have like that and have access. We want to store it digitally.
Right.
Archives, things like that, and really offsite, and then it's not connected. Ever discussed what is required for rapid to the cloud. We understand the numbers in the budget right now, other than software, hardware, and obviously the development of it, we're not paying for any additional storage. I need to work with you, but I'll remind you that we were able to achieve this through the use of the Department of Education and which for both communities, at Orange. We achieved a solution for about 7,200 per community. Also, it's around 50,000, but local taxpayers will be impacted by that. So very proud. It's kind of what about the predicted. So capital to convert, whether we need to take that and include the legacy of implementation as the policy says. How we plan for the future, and what we should have. Also going to add security, basically information security, data security. We'll develop our annual municipal security. Not something we necessarily think of, but we would say that as an immediate reaction we had, we also just recently upgraded our virus, a little sophisticated, so that we immediately, but that's certainly a step back. Those are the items. I have other, I don't want to usurp your time, but those are the items that we're looking to do, and it's a little to achieve. Certainly having that vision of understanding all of the community that we serve, how we're handling that, how we're trying to have boards be a burden, certainly to require that we're trying to address something you've been charged. How to use that burden, how to assist them in the process. That happens to us, that's interesting.
When the Supreme Court dismissed a number of warrants, how much of that affected us?
I'm not prepared to actually be data on that. I would say it's significant. We have around, I think, 7,000 violence or so, out of 800,000 violence in the two communities. Our figure, what he's referring to is Chief Justice Wagner just signed omnibus order dismissing 800,000 lower level charges pre-adjudication that were in 15 years.
Mention your narrative, the disparity in filings and collection for Maplewood. Talk about, well, why do you think there? Why don't you explain what you think?
Unfortunately, I'm not so sure. To give you some updates, Maplewood, just our last 2 years, the last 17, Maplewood was down 21%, finance is out 11%. And that date, July 2018 to early December, that launch has continued down. Because they're in now or around a year, share a service with South Orange. South Orange is totally services now. But not expecting for 8 years to go up, and up, and at some point you're going to plateau and that's Maplewood since that time has actually increased. I'm now actually achieved e-ticketing, which is important for our operations in that all of our bodies, criminal parking violations are all electronically documented. That's why there's a platform to do so, or it's a local challenge. That is a part, that is the reason that's part of the Supreme Court committee. Understanding that we're trying to have efficiencies on a local level, and that is the works. Code enforcement didn't have electronic file, so that's a big benefit to us. Back where we're at currently is on.
And the backlog issue is, you mentioned just backlogs, keeping up, making sure we don't slip on the backlogs. How are we doing with that?
One of the issues currently is that just what we talked about before, the manner was forced to close out a, summons is now really on lower level fences. That's a great thing. Our administratively, it's what takes much more time in order to balance or move something from backlog. We're required to match this up in 60 days. Close out years, the job has been less efficient and something. Backlog statistics reflect the same on that, and we all, everyone on board, everybody is just we need to understand that we have responsibilities. We have it's how we do that, what manner we do that, how we system do that, where it's not so punitive. Prior to being judged, prior to being disposed of. That's what we're working on, trying to do, access people in, not negatively impact that prior to that. We have to understand that when you perform, you feel that in your efficiency.
So since the mayor brought it up, I had a note about this per 100 formula. I'm not cognizant of how this works. Yeah, it's a metric. I think that's obviously clearly important that you have it here. Yep.
Efficiency of Maywood versus York. And there's your last 12 months versus your current by 100, that would be a percentage. And instead of just doing the right percentage, we have versus York. Large versus small, exactly. It tends to compare to itself.
It normalizes volume.
Mr. Bancroft, I may just be looking in the wrong place, but usually we have a sheet that talks about the revenues for the court from various tickets and in Maplewood and South Orange. Is okay.
I can sort of supply that much revenue, and there's copies to ask so that I have it. I don't have to, I don't do that in any way. We do it each year, 2011 until now.
Right, and that's what you just described is exactly what I'm used to seeing and didn't see, and I wouldn't necessarily have any questions about it for you, but I would like to see it. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Veros, do you know if it's or? Okay. Yeah, no, I just wasn't sure if maybe it was somewhere that's not behind this. But okay, we'll get it. Thank you.
We go into your capital request, notes a year from now.
So I think IT and, I think the board to give a vision not only to, our time, but also to situation of our future needs. And sometimes that's not immediate, and sometimes, of course, I would say, down the road, preparations, all the budgeting, and I'm not sure, to what extent to do, but I thought it was kind of look out in the next few years of what I think our plans would be, as far as the age of our current technology, having hardware, in our computers. Just recently, upgraded to the state, they upgraded that for years. We're on 5 or 6 year target, I would say, and after discussion and advisement, I asked the question, how long do you expect the last one? I want to give you information, what I think we need in the future, so that you can have a vision for providing that, and we can do that, it's not. So now, long as I feel like on that year, sometimes it's sticker shock.
Right.
Well,
Sure.
I think I know the answer, but we're for sure we're charging South Orange half of these capital. Okay,
And they're paying us, right?
yes.
A more relevant follow-up question.
I do have one question about the request, and I know it's a year off. Why PC desktops versus laptops?
Good question. We're not really mobile, we are still at access. Speed. Not necessarily. I mean, what that, it's not that idea.
I just suggest, and we have a little time here, and just taking it from my experience, I'm in a company of 700 people. I think we have 5 desktops out of 700 people. I mean, it gives you more flexibility so people can be in a meeting and have the information in front of them. And, we're talking about modernizing ourselves. So just, and they can hold as much information as a desktop by far. Yeah.
I have a sort of left field question. You said 9 years we've been doing this shared court. I remember when we started and negotiated in our you and I had that great conversation. If we were to find another town, another suburban town, we have capacity to bring them in third court. Would we have capacity to bring them in as a third court?
It's 2 courts sharing that, sharing space, but still are totally separate. I feel that appropriate. And therefore less. But I will say, right now we're running 2 sets of courts.
Right.
That's where it is more coming from. It's to get the credit card accounts, against you,
Yeah.
You're actually bringing judges, so that's where you see inefficiencies in our operation. The outside is for shared service, and that, so to go forward, we'll build on that.
Joint court South Orange before we,
Oh, no.
The efficiency there, of course, yes, it would certainly. The staff handles cases like the cases, that's not an issue. Not anymore. But it's too many, technically. Well, for you, but due to the visitation from the states, order accounts. I think it's great, and certainly there's some savings there. Operationally, it's function where we are, we still are the largest, still the largest, anytime we bigger, we bigger, let's add multiplier. Now it's 6 cents of focus. Now it's 3 different budgets.
so if we did a joint, there'd be a natural savings.
Well, theory, yes, whether it be savings or not. And normally we do create a formula that's on finance, which would then.
So Ryan, could we potentially do like a SWOT analysis and just explore it? So strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats of actually going in a course of going into, say, a joint court and then adding a third municipality.
I think we'd have to find a third municipality.
I can think of one.
Yeah. So just on the issue here between joint, just to remind us, with a joint court, constitutionally, the governor appoints the judge. We don't. And it's the judge has to be approved by the Senate, similar to a Superior Court judge. And, you know, in times when we have good relations with the governor, we could, but in times like we had maybe the previous governor, and also at the time that we were doing this, there was a huge block by Essex County senators on appointments of judges. We have senatorial courtesy here. Any judge in a county can block, I'm sorry, any senator in a county can block a judge. And we had a senator in this county, maybe two, that were blocking judges at the time that we did this 10 years ago or so. And it failed. Yeah. It was a public referendum that changed to a local appointing, and it was very confusing, and it didn't work. So essentially, if we were to move to a joint court, which I think we initially wanted to do when we started, we would have lost the power of, both municipalities would have lost the power of selecting who the judge is going to be. And as you know, it's an important position locally. We didn't want somebody who we had no relationship to, who was somebody's friend, get appointed. So, but I think there's, you know, there may be, if we could find a third party that's interested, there may be reasons to come back and visit that and do what you're saying. But we still would have a situation where the governor would pick who the judge is as opposed to us.
Related to other establishments.
Right.
As well as here, I mean, I think that versus and what we can do and how we're doing it, I realize what it wants us to do.
Well, I think, yeah, one town, like you just talked about Madison, that 8 seems it seems robust, but one at a time. And one that also fits the court culture in which you're building. That's very important as well.
Every month we meet and over how the different functioning. It just creates something to walk away. And I credit everyone here, I credit the staff that works there, everyone that's involved with not letting go and said. And that is extremely important. If you walk away, you have to say we'll continue to that budgets. shot this ideas. So I thank you for that. And to me, I know that this community is success.
Thank you. I want to switch over if the prosecutor has anything that you wanted to add.
On this joint court, shared court theme, I've been appointed by the Chief Justice of the New Jersey Supreme Court to sit on the Municipal Court Regionalization Subcommittee. So, Mr. McGeehee, some of the data that you were asking about before, it's the expectation that, you know, this subcommittee may produce some of it. And you also said something about, you know, joining 8 courts. There are actually courts in New Jersey that have 3 or 4 filings a week. There are some that have 3 filings every 2 weeks. Just so you know, there are a couple different models that are being thrown about. One of them is to have one judge sort of riding the courts, that is, visiting different existing physical facilities and holding court for multiple jurisdictions. And others are obviously joining or sharing courts in one building. You know, the biggest economy of scale is if there's one municipality that has deteriorating or I can't think of the word, but a court facility that no longer functions. And then there's sort of a natural progression toward a joint or shared court. The issue of home rule, we have 2 mayors on this committee, so the issue of home rule is
Always in the background in New
first
Jersey.
and foremost. Anyway, so I truly enjoy working as a municipal prosecutor in Maplewood, and am delighted to have been reappointed. A couple of local things. Ryan was talking before about the request for dismissal form, and I cannot underestimate or undertalk the huge benefit that is, because it keeps, in fact, we got an email from Ryan Friday that said, eat your Wheaties. We've got 60 requests for dismissals for Monday. What does that mean? That means that there are 60 fewer people that need to come to court. So it eliminates the docket. It keeps people from having to waste time away from their families, et cetera, et cetera. There are a few, I've gotten a few of my colleague prosecutors to start it in their courts, and they're delighted with it. Another thing that is kind of a huge thing, at least from my perspective in our court now, has to do with the way discovery is delivered. So the prosecutor is responsible for providing discovery, that is data books, records, tapes, et cetera, anything that's related to a particular matter that you intend to rely on at trial or in a plea. And for years and years, it was done by paper. And it was very cumbersome. And my only contribution to the fact that it is now electronically delivered is to continually nudge, nudge, nudge. We have wonderful staff in our records room now who completely embrace the idea of discovery. And in fact, last week are now sending discovery electronically to private defense counsel as well. It is, it's going to go a long way toward resolving cases a little bit sooner, take a little chink out of the armor of defense lawyers. Oh, I didn't get my discovery yet. Well, open your email, it's right there. So that's really good. This year I sat on the Attorney General's task force on marijuana prosecutions, which the task force lasted about 5.5 weeks. It was the quickest, most expedient, organized, quickest turnaround committee that resulted in an 8-page Attorney General guideline on how to prosecute marijuana and drug-related charges. And I'm now on the Municipal Court Regionalization Subcommittee and another AG Municipal Prosecutions Criminal Justice Subcommittee. These are all related to the court reform, actually, not the marijuana subcommittee, although somewhat related. So just about municipal court, if any of you have not read the municipal court reform report, there really should be a Reader's Digest version because it's over 1,100 pages long, but that includes a lot of appendices. So here's the thing about municipal courts. Over 6 million people in New Jersey went through municipal court in 2018. That's incredible. 6 million people going through court and, you know, facing all kinds of things that are sometimes life-altering, that have collateral consequences, particularly to low-income people and people of color. And the thing that's so insidious is that municipal courts are considered to be the lowliest courts. And as a result, anything that happens to a litigant in municipal court goes under the radar because, well, it's municipal court. People think, oh, municipal courts do parking tickets. Wrong. Especially in municipalities that are in large counties like Essex County, which is the busiest county prosecutor's office in the state. We have misdemeanors that are actually felonies that are masquerading as misdemeanors very often. So I think we all have to take very seriously, and I know that this governing body does, and it's terrific to work in a municipal court where there's a lot of sensitivity to things like not using the court as a revenue generator and understanding the potentially extremely punitive outcomes for people in the community that we care about. So I'm very proud to work in this court, and Ryan runs a great court. Judge Otis is a great addition to our court, and that's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Question, I know we're running over time. When, back 9 years ago, when you, what was the effect on staff in this? Staff members now that were in South Orange's court, was there just a
There was, at the time, they had 5 full-time staff members. We had 4. We currently now run 6. They had 2 through attrition, 2 which came to maybe that have actually gone on to other careers, 1 through retirement. Currently, there's no longer any South Orange employees currently serving here in Maplewood.
But when the South Orange Court was disbanded, they were eligible for an interview to work in Maplewood. It wasn't automatic. So it's a little different than we're talking about with the fire. They were eligible for an interview because, to be honest, not everybody who was working there, we wanted to work here. So there was some downsizing, but it worked out. The people you brought over worked out well, and
brought in another, do you anticipate, if we would bring in another town, another court, obviously there'd probably be some increase in staff. Once you get rid of all the paper, we have room, right?
I'd have to do that.
Yeah, okay.
Too early for me to.
Yeah, no.
okay. Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Annette. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Stay.
I'll send it.
Stay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
We have donuts and coffee too.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Mr. Mendola.
Exactly.
I'll get it. It's okay. I thought somebody knew it out loud.
It's I. Sorry, Jay.
Okay. Yeah, this is good, just, yeah. Next year, some column labels.
Okay. Page 3 in the accounts, they start at 185, I'm sorry, 195. Okay, Mr. Mandola, welcome. I'm not sure that that's on. Try it again.
Good morning.
No,
Oh, boy.
no. You know, it's,
Talk slower this time, Ryan.
let's get this
Talk
fixed.
slower.
No, it's fine, it's on.
It's not on.
Hello?
Either that
Okay.
or I was
I'm working.
zoned
Keep
in.
it close.
Just get it closer, yeah. Okay.
So, thanks for coming in.
You're welcome.
And I see we have our Director of Community Development here also.
Yes.
So we had an opportunity to look at your narrative for your building department. We see that there's no capital requests. There are 6 merit increase requests. Those we're not going to talk about publicly.
Right.
Because we have people in each of those positions. So, but what we'd like to do is to go over your narrative, to tell us a couple of the highlights of 2018 and in 2019, what you'd like to accomplish.
Sure. Okay. Firstly, the mission statement. Mission statement of the building department is to assure the health, welfare, and safety of the people who live, work, and make use of all structures in the township of Maplewood through compliance and enforcement of the Uniform Construction Code adopted by the state of New Jersey, plus all zoning code enforcement ordinances adopted by the township. Thus far this year, in reference to the building zoning department's efficiency and accuracy, my first day of employment per Maplewood Township started February 8th, 2016. From start date to present day, which is approximately 3 years, the Building and Zoning Department has a surplus of over $1 million, which means that our budget is pretty good and we've been accurate and running at a very good pace. Each year we process on average 2,000 permits and $1 million in fees since I've started. I know prior to that, it was a lot less. Obviously, we're going through an economic boom. When I compare Maplewood to other townships where I've worked in the past, we process permits in 5 to 7 business days, while other townships in Essex County that I've worked at process permits between 3 and 4 weeks. So we do process very fast, and that's based on my staff. They're doing a great job. I am very fortunate to have one of the best staffs in the entire state. Our technical assistant, Beverly Mazzone, and her staff work extremely hard and are very efficient. Beverly works far above our hours required on a daily basis. She's constantly changing and trying to make the department better, and making it better for the taxpayer and the contractors that come into our office. I also work hard. I'm the building subcode zoning officer and construction official, which cuts down on prior approvals. So when I review something, I review for 3 people basically, which makes it a lot quicker. In other towns I worked in, we had a separate zoning officer and causing permits to be delayed somewhat. We also I have 2 great part-time guys. I have Chris Freeman. He's a builder. He builds large homes in the area in Essex County, and he has a lot of knowledge and background. And I also have a man by the name of Robert Young. He was an ex-construction official, school teacher, fire and building subcode. He was a zoning officer, so he has a vast background and experience, and we utilize him on a lot of the larger projects, and also with the fire departments, because he has a background in fire also. In 2018, the building department successfully processed permits, collected fees and fines in line with new and improved standards. We processed approximately 2,100 permits and processed around $900,000 in permit fees and did over 6,000 inspections. Large projects that were completed included Avalon Bay, which was a 235-unit project, 1701 Springfield Avenue, that was a 25-unit project, 97 Baker Street, which was a 3-unit project with commercial underneath, and our Winchester Gardens Rehab Center Assisted Living Facility, phases 1, 2, and 3, and currently they're doing phases 4, 5, and 6. And current ongoing projects include 479 Valley Street. It's a 20-unit project across the street from the high school. 1581 Springfield Avenue, we have a 33-unit project with retail underneath. 113 Parker Avenue, an addition to and rehab of existing Jewish Center. And 2195 Milburn Avenue, the rehab and addition of the Audi auto dealership. Does anybody have any questions in reference to that?
I have a question on
Sure.
the surplus of $1 million. Could you explain to us the relationship between the fees we're allowed to charge and the state monitoring so that
Sure.
we're not charging exorbitant fees?
Yeah, we have to, the state sent out a letter to all the construction officials and mayors in the towns, and this was last year. And they specified if we do have a surplus, we shouldn't be raising our fees. So we are down from last year. Last year, we did approximately 1.3 or 1.4 million in fees. This year, 2017, we did 1.4. In 2018, we did about 900,000. So as the economy slows down, you can probably raise your fees as time goes along. So that's what you can basically do. But in the meantime, while you have a surplus, you really shouldn't raise your fees. It does look bad. And they can audit you. Not that they will, but they can audit you. So you got to be careful in reference to that. So that's why we haven't raised our fees, because our fees are a little on the low side. So we can raise them in comparison to local towns.
And do you recommend that we do
Not
that?
yet.
Not
No,
now,
not
because
yet.
of the
No.
surplus.
Correct.
So that's something we should look at in code throughout the year.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
my sense is that, we're not going to have these large projects anymore.
I agree.
And there may even be a chill in the amount of
Right.
work being done on the private homes, although it doesn't seem like it, but right
Well,
now, but
I thought so, but then I checked January compared to the last 3 years. We actually did more money and have more permits, so.
you can
nothing
see
yet.
it. You
Yeah.
see these contractor trucks all over,
Right.
working on the houses, plumbers
Right.
and electricians, and these are
Yes.
big jobs. But there is, overall, there's been a reduction in the amount of homes being sold and just
Yes.
nationally. And
Yeah,
at some point, it's going to catch up to us too.
Yeah, I do
So we
keep-
just should keep up with it.
Yeah, I keep track of the economy. I was a stockbroker when I was younger, so I always look at that. And yes, like for example, China, I think their production slowed down drastically.
Right.
So eventually that affects us. So slowly but surely, we're going to get affected by the slowdown.
And as far as the inspectors, you've been able to add on inspectors on a sort of per diem basis or per project basis?
Yeah, that's what's great about part-time inspectors. If you don't need them, you don't use them. Right now, we have a lot of part-time inspectors and fill-in inspectors. So again, if things slow down, I can just, lessen their hours or which would keep our budget fine. So we should be fine in the future too. Which again, also we have shared service for plumbing and electric with Milburn, which was really a great thing to do because you have two towns, and if one slows down more than the other, you can hopefully renegotiate the contracts or whatever. So
And these work you talked about before about the spatial data logic stuff.
Yes.
Now, if I remember correctly, you brought that to us
Yes.
since you came here.
yes,
So give us your assessment of how well it's going right now.
it takes time. Spatial data is not something that happens overnight, as we all know. I just noticed recently our technical assistant Beverly, she started trying to correct and fix the property maintenance module. And she's really doing a great job at it. So it's going to make it a lot better and easier for the code enforcement officers. It'll be more accurate. Basically, it's a search engine, so she's shrinking everything down and just, if they need to get information, it makes it easier to access that information. So it's going to be great because as soon as each department puts all their information in, so I'm a building inspector and I see a house that did work without permits, and I want to see if they're paying their taxes and whatnot. I'd have access to all that information. If they went for variances, So there's a bunch of different things that you can utilize the spatial data for.
When do you think it's going to be great?
Well, it's been 2 years, I believe, or a year and a half. So right now we have building, property maintenance, I believe, engineering's going to be getting on soon. I would guess within another year, we should be able to get all the.
One of the
Good.
things with SDL is that there's a lot of different components, and you eventually want to bring every department into it. So right now, currently functioning is code enforcement, building, it's tax assessor, because whatever information he's giving over to the tax assessor's office, that's going in there. So eventually you're going to get property cards on there. It's going to all be accessible, but it does take some time and some integration with the technology. There have been upgrades. We're going to eventually have to do some upgrading with the tablets to make sure that that runs smoothly, because that's been a little bit of a hiccup, where the iOS versus the Droid, there's some technology snafus in there, but it does work. We're trying to also implement some new GIS into it, and we do currently have a vendor that takes care of our GIS, but that's something that SDL can take care of. So there's a lot of different components. So it is a work in progress. I would say, actually, in a year and a half to 2 years, you're going to just see it just go seamlessly, and we're going to build it into our website, and you're going to go in there and just do whatever it is you need to do to do some property searching.
So one thing you have under your 2019 objectives is you're going to work with the legal team to modify and simplify zoning and
Yes.
for commercial and res. Could you describe what that means?
Right.
Yeah,
That'll be
sure.
my question, too.
There's a bunch of stuff in the zoning ordinances that I'm working with Annette, and I'm writing down as I go. If I see something that I'm not comfortable with, we're going to try and alter it or change it. There's stuff in fences I don't really like. The fence ordinance, I get a ton of complaints in reference to the fence ordinance, probably one a day. A lot of people that have properties on corner lots, they cannot put a fence up anywhere, so it's very difficult. So we have to try to figure out a way to alter that or change that. Off the top of my head, there's the nail salon issue is in the Village Maplewood District. I want to take it out of there and put it in the zoning ordinance, which would make more sense for me anyway. And probably work more in reference to what's required for the Maplewood Village District and the Springfield Avenue Partnership. Setbacks, we have a lot of impervious lot coverage. For example, we have a percentage that you're allowed to fill your lot with, which is, I believe, 45% in most residential. Then we have percentage paved, we have rear yard building. So we have a bunch of lot coverage issues that I'd like to consolidate, basically. So that would be at least 3 or 4 examples right there.
And Ms. De Palma or Mr. Mendola, we've talked about how when people come up and make inquiries about particularly commercial zoning, that somehow we're capturing those people to follow up. How's that working?
So I created a very simple form, and which Ms. Mazzone gives out to people who come in and inquire about starting a business, whether it's from the business end, or I see a property that I'd like to put a business in, or I have a business, do you have a property? Whichever end it comes from. And then we have a nice little system set up now for follow-up.
Yes. Yeah,
So that's what we're doing on that. And then, of course, funneling it to either the Village Alliance or Springfield Avenue Partnership. I mean, Ms. Doran really is on the ground.
Yes.
And so is fully aware. And so that's one of the things
we're emailing them. Every
setting
time a
up.
CCU comes in, we're actually emailing Deb and.
Well, we're setting up, basically what's happening is we're setting up systems.
Right.
Where not only do, codes, building and zoning know what each other is doing, they're all doing the right thing, but they don't always know what they're doing. So if asked, it's just a communication issue. So setting up systems to make sure that the second floor is, everyone who works on the second floor is on the same page, but also to get information to other departments that may have relationships to particular properties. The health department, the fire department, occasionally the police department. So it's just a matter of, having some systems in place. What Mr. Mendola, what Lenny was talking about before, about some little glitches in the ordinance, I mean, it's very typical where things get added onto every 5 years, and you don't necessarily look at the other 6 ordinance subsections that are even tangentially implicated. So, so we are bringing them to the attention of Mr. Desiderio, and he can look them over and, redrafting, and then they'll go through the code committee, et cetera.
Yeah, what happens is those are all, from a construction official standpoint, and that's talking about, those are all considered prior approvals. In other towns I worked in, it used to go to those departments first, and what that does is it slows the process down, really, to the point where people complain like crazy. So what we're trying to do is figure out a way to not slow the process down and have everybody informed, basically, which makes sense. So that's the idea.
I think what you touched on here, particularly for people who are looking to expand or even bring new business here, is they want predictability and they want timeliness.
Right.
Exactly.
They don't want to be dragged around or, led around and then this thing just drag out. And so I want to just publicly thank you for being willing to meet with folks to explore what they're looking to do. You've done site visits, you've been on the field with me, out in the field with me working. Because it just, I think, we talked in our committee on entrepreneurship and economic development now. We're talking about creating a culture of entrepreneurship and support. That's the kind of thing that folks need.
Right.
They need to have the ability to come in here and say, I'm thinking about, pursuing this. What are the things I need to do in order to make that happen? And it's just the right property. And if I'm thinking about putting the building this way or that way, or do this. And the more we can do that, I think more successful we'll be in getting those businesses to open here. And I think it also just sends a message out there that it's easy to work with Maplewood.
I agree. Yeah, plus mayor and council does get involved a lot and compare. I've worked in other towns where they don't get involved as much, and you guys put a lot of time into stuff. So.
Yeah. So you want us to be more involved? No problem. You want us to be there? We'll be there. No problem. We'll give you a call every day.
In our case, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Is there anything else? Let's just take a look at your expenditures. It looks like it's pretty calm. Everything's about the same.
Yes.
From what I saw here is,
Yeah, the fill-in and extra inspectors, Joe had a great idea. I think we're just going to put them in one category for next year instead of all over the place. Joe, the CFO, which makes a lot more sense because half the time we're going over in one and going under in another area. So that was a good idea. So that was basically the only problem I saw in the budget. So
good. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
You're not staying for anybody else? Comes with the territory,
Does.
Let's see, is there a Mr. Rowe in the house? Mr. Rowe?
Talk about health as I eat a donut.
Yeah.
Is that your fourth one?
Here's to good health.
Yeah, here's to a good donut.
My fourth one.
And what tab is it?
30. 27,330. Got it. Yep.
It's tab I.
27,330, nope. It's a,
Mayor and Township Committee, we have our new Community Services Director joining us.
page 5. In the middle.
In the middle, yep.
You're up here. Hey,
Hello there.
so welcome. Mr. Rowe, welcome. And what tab is it? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
That's right.
There's no ayes have it. Ayes have it. Brand new Department of Community.
Health is toward the end of I, by the way. So.
Okay, so Mr. Rowe and Ms. Mancuso, welcome to your expanded responsibility here. It just means you have to come to more of these budget hearings.
Yes,
Wonderful.
good time. Thank you.
So, Mr. Rowe, you have no capital request for this year,
No,
and you have one request to change the title of an existing employee, correct? So because there's an existing employee there, we don't talk about it publicly, okay? I think we got the gist of, from your write-up, why you're making that recommendation, but I think we generally don't talk, you know that, we don't talk about personnel requests publicly. But we will have that conversation in closed about that. Okay.
understood.
So I'm going to ask you if you would like to just talk about a couple of the highlights for 2018 and what you plan to do in 2019.
Well, 2018 was another busy year at the health department. In fitting with one of our goals for 2019 is we increased our partnerships with the schools and ADAPT and some other anti-drug abuse groups. That seems to be a burning issue. There's no doubt that, the opioid epidemic is one of the worst things happening in our country. And so what we can do to fill our niche in the whole thing is to help students, we're mainly directed at young people, to have an attitude in life where they don't need to use drugs, that they'll have a healthy, wholesome attitude towards life, and they'll know there's lots of other good things to do. We've particularly worked with the police department in our municipal alliance. We have an open gym. The police department, to their credit, has really taken on some good projects, and we're even talking about now with some of the officers, they kind of know who the kids are who are heading the wrong way. And so we're actually going to have a special gym, not an open gym, but a weightlifting gym. The Municipal Alliance is going to help sponsor that for some of these troubled youth, and the police are actually going to accompany them and act as mentors. We'll of course get parental permission, and and the idea is maybe some of their hormones that are leading them in the wrong way can be headed off by lifting weights and having good interactions with the police. And it sounds like one of those things that could turn around lives. So the Municipal Alliance is going to help support that. And we are also working with the schools on a summer lunch program. We don't have all the details worked out. We just had a meeting this past week with the school administrator, and we would be a satellite of the Irvington lunch program. And we think we can at least do partial, because the schools are going to have summer programs in June and July. And so we're hoping we can have some lunches for kids so they don't go hungry at summer school. But we're also looking at other ways to do it too. So we're gonna work it out one way or the other. It's not clear what the best path is right now. And I'm sorry I'm being a little vague about that, but we found out there's more details than we thought. It's very much an income program, and you have to have 50% of the kids be low income, and so there's all sorts of restrictions. But we're going to try to work through that and help the kids.
But we team up with Irvington and you do it in the aggregate.
Perhaps, yes.
Yes.
And one new rule is, there's always new rules, is every family that wants to participate has to fill out their own income.
Right.
Thing. It's not just a census tract anything anymore.
So fulfillment is the challenge. We have to make sure we get that done.
Yeah, but the school administrator is
very gung-ho about it. And so if we can figure out a way to do it, we will.
Could you talk a little more about the ADAPT Family Connections?
Well, ADAPT is a program of family connections. They started I think about 8 years ago. And actually, I was involved with it when they were first doing it. We realized that they were the Essex County group that was most suited for running a program like that. And so the health officers all gave it their support and signed letters of support and helped them work through some of the details. But I'll have to say every program I've ever worked with Family Connections is excellent. They're a very professional organization, mostly social workers. They work with mentally ill people. They work with families in crisis. They used to be called Family Service and Child Guidance Center. They have a history of over 100 years of service. They work with schools. Of course, the hub and the loft at the schools are also programs of Family Connections. So we work with them whatever way we can. And their services have always been outstanding, in my opinion.
And you mentioned here that last year was an all-time high with complaints.
Yes.
62, that's a lot.
Yes.
Twice every workday.
And one of the things, though, I started doing this year, and I kind of done it other years, but I added it this year, all the complaints we have about animal control that St. Hubert's doesn't handle. So dead animals in the street, dog bites, dog attacks, barking dogs, any sort of animals or dead deer. So I counted all those as complaints this year because they were kind of getting left, weren't being counted. So that accounts for close to 100 of the complaints. And so it's not a tremendous number of people that are calling the town health department for sanitary or heat or food or other sorts of complaints. But it is a significant amount of time that we spend taking care of those problems. So that's why I added it to the complaint list. Every department has a little different name for it. And, you know, I guess the firemen call it responses, and the police call it, I don't know what they call it. We call it complaints. If you could have a better word for it, I'd be happy to use it.
So of the other 300 plus, what generally you get, is it food complaints, food stores?
We had rats were, again, a big issue in part of town, and we again had our college students going door to door in the I would call it the northeast section of town. I can tell you right now, we had 61 complaints about rats last year. And usually the rats are also involved with garbage or other unsanitary conditions. One follows the other.
Well, we also see that when there's disruption in the soil, when there's big projects, construction projects and stuff, we tend to find.
Yes. And as I understand it, when buildings are ripped down, there's supposed to be extermination done. I don't know how effective it is, but yeah, I think that's happened a few times where construction kind of caused a migration.
And how about food? Do you have those statistics too, the food?
Yes, I do.
No, food establishments.
We did 175 food inspections last year and those, we did 50 re-inspections. We posted, well, everybody eventually came out satisfactory or they'd be closed, but we also posted 50 businesses conditionally satisfactory, and we posted 10 businesses unsatisfactory until they corrected the violations. So our goal is to have everyone be satisfactory, but if we have to take enforcement actions, we do.
Yes, right, we don't do, like New York does eight.
No, New Jersey has 3 ratings: unsatisfactory, conditional, which is the yellow sign, and satisfactory, which is the white sign. That's the route they've chosen to go. And so that's the route we use when we do inspections.
Yep.
Under line, no wait, 206. Bottom of the page,
First,
sorry.
Oh, okay, that's,
No,
public
that's,
assistance
that's
is not.
That's not the same.
Welfare
Oh,
director.
okay,
Yeah.
so I'll just, what is the township appropriation?
It's 27330, 330.
Oh.
What do you,
5.
345206.
she's here, she's looking. That's for the welfare director. That's,
Oh, but what do you mean it's for the welfare?
No.
that's for the,
No, it's not a salary.
206 is other.
it's not the health department. That's not a
I
health
understand,
department
but
budget.
what is it anyway?
Yeah, what is it?
It's with regard to the
I
welfare.
know, but it says,
It says
Township
township
appropriation.
appropriation, $2,000. It's rarely spent.
It gets put back into a different account. It's for reimbursement.
I mean, I just don't want to budget 2,000 just to budget 2,000 if it's never used.
We'll have to take a look, see what the historical charges were to that.
Yeah, it's really like over the last several years, it's maybe like $1,000.
could be for,
From my understanding in past years, it's a reimbursement account. So we'll get clarification for you.
so Mr. Rowe, one of the things about creating the Department of Community Services is to have synergy between your operation and rec and the senior operation. So I know in the past years, and so I'm very happy that we did this because in past years, we've had a conversation with you about the senior building on Irvington Avenue, and then rec comes, we have a conversation with them. So how is, like, that's a particular challenging building because we provide limited services there. The building provides even less. And most of those folks have off-site services through the social service agency that serves a Russian immigrant population.
correct.
So how are you working with the senior division director, and maybe you could chime in too. How do you see that going forward in building that relationship between your services and the other services in that department?
Well, as I've reported at some Board of Health reports, we have a Russian-speaking nurse now, and it's made all the difference. More women, it's almost all women, are coming to our health clinic now. We've also joined with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which does outreach health programs. So we try to do that at the same time that we're there, so that our nurse will be there. And just as you're saying that, I'm thinking there would be maybe some good opportunities for recreation programs. And of course, we could schedule our nurse to be there. Just the language was the whole key to the whole problem.
We've been giving her our flyers because she's been getting increased
I
attendance.
hear you.
She's been getting increased attendance when she goes to that building, the Russian-speaking nurse. So we've been sending her with flyers, and we had people come to our holiday party because we kind of built a bridge that people are getting inside the doors now to offer services. So one of them even won our raffle prize at our holiday party. So I think they'll keep coming, and now they're getting our calendars because we're getting in the door because we literally were having a hard time.
Right.
The door's locked. And so Candace and other nurses bringing things in there are getting more publicity for it. So even if we get a few, then they come back and talk about it. So our social events and our lunches are getting better attended for sure.
Yeah, and one of the problems also was it seemed like every 6 months there's a new manager. So just when we start creating a relationship with the manager and they become to realize that we're a help, not some outside invader, they leave. Some have been more responsive, some have been less responsive. But the other key is speaking Russian, and we're very fortunate to have that right now.
And do we get flyers or promotional material? Do we get that translated into Russian?
We have not.
We ought to
should.
think about it.
Yeah.
Because there's, I find when I've been there a lot, folks can have a conversation with you in English, but they tend to read Russian better. But they're willing to participate. When we had the drawing class,
Right,
the
senior studio.
classes there,
Mhm.
they were very successful. And then we brought them to 106 and we got a couple of people coming over. But it is that you have to really reach out and get them involved.
Yeah. Maybe we could do flyers with one side on English and the other side in Russian.
Yes.
Simple as that.
And then there's a whole non-Russian.
Yes, we
English-speaking
don't want to
people.
neglect those.
Yeah, you got, and there's, unfortunately, they did not let Parkwood Diner go in for the holiday party this year. That was disappointing. When I kept calling and leaving messages, I went there once and couldn't find the manager. And that particular building is a federally subsidized building. And so there's a tax abatement that the town gives as part of the affordable housing stuff. When we met, this is owned by a big company, and I think they're based in Massachusetts. When we met with them, we being Roger Desiderio and I met with them to talk about an extension. We did raise this issue of the lack of their staff working with us. And we were assured by the owner that they would do so. So we might want to.
How long ago was that?
4 years ago, maybe. It's a pretty long contract, so abatement contract. So maybe we ought to reach out to Mr. Desiderio, because if we're not getting that kind of response, then he can write a letter to the people there. So if you could put that note down just as something, because I think they should. These folks are, the sweet spot for our senior project.
And we've also have quite a few connections with Winchester Gardens.
Yeah.
So that's worked pretty well. And we've actually been able to hook them up with St. Barnabas and Atlantic, to where we used to sponsor the programs there, and now they've kind of cut out the middleman. They just go right to it, which is fine. The work's getting done, and we don't always have to be in the middle of it. Well, one of the things we do, which is maybe a little hard to describe, is we sometimes help organize programs, but we don't run the programs, or we help people connect to each other. And, we do that type of work. And I don't know that that's always a way, that's something you can quantify, but we do a lot of that. And, because we're just a small department and we have to work with partners. And, we don't always run our own programs. We work with partners.
Mr. Rowe, thank you. As a cost center and having your total cost down, I appreciate that versus the revenue center. A couple of things. One, regarding complaints. You mentioned that you had 61 complaints regarding rats. When I extract it to 100 regarding animals, that means about 20% of your complaints are dealing with rats. It was mentioned that some of that may be related to construction. I guess I would like you to work with the, code enforcement and find out what's going on with that process. Let's minimize that complaint. Make sure that whatever construction we're doing, people are following that process. Also with the ratings, which is interesting, we have red, yellow, and white. I just like to find out maybe once that is administrated, what is the next step? You shut down the facility. How long do they have until they open back up? Just some of the logistics, and we can take that offline, of course. And then also with complaints related to animals such as dogs and deers. I remember you saying at a Board of Health meeting earlier last year that if there's a dead animal on the road, you have to come pick it up physically. That something's in the contract with the PBA or MFBA that they can't touch the animal.
Right.
But they're being called. I understand like the share of resources to deal with the complaint. I just like to know if they're called to the scene, but they don't touch it, they call you, you have to come physically pick
I'll
it
have
up.
to say that the new generation, this is what I've seen in the last couple of years, is the new generation of public health, public works workers are not, they'll help me with the deer.
Okay.
And they're not as, as hands-off as they might
What is
have
our
been in the
process
past.
right now? Exactly our process.
Usually what happens is I get a call from the police and there's a dead deer on somebody's property. And so we'll drag it out to the street and then the Public Works will come with one of their lift trucks and we don't want to leave it at the curb. It's just not a good way to do it. So we take it up to Public Works. There's a company that comes and removes them. It's called Deer Carcass Removal. So I contact them, tell them we got a dead deer up at Public Works. They come and get it. And it's $60 per deer for removing. And they usually do that about 3 or 4 times a year. So it's not a big expense. But we don't like to leave them in the street. We're just a little too densely populated to leave dead animals in the road.
So a resident calls the police department.
Right.
The police department then reaches out to you.
Right.
And then you reach out to the third party that actually does the pickup.
Yeah, but in between, we'll put it at the curb.
We take the animal to DPW, the dead animal to DPW, and then he calls and has
That's
that
the
person.
part I didn't get.
We try to get the animal off the street as quick as possible by using DPW.
Right. And
But you sometimes physically have to move the animal itself.
Yeah, and they're, you know what, they're not that heavy.
Okay. I was gonna go there, because I'm thinking.
It's like my exercise
All right,
for the day.
okay, as long as you're cool with it.
Well, the scary part is I'm getting good at it.
Deadlifts. That's right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Anything else for Mr. Rowe or Ms. Mancuso?
No, thank you.
So how about you? I asked Mr. Rowe about from your perspective of what would be your goals to bring the health department more coordination with what you've been traditionally doing on the recreation and cultural
Right.
side?
I think we're already coordinating a lot more this year. Like I said, with the Irvington Avenue Senior Housing is a good example of that. We're getting them to learn about our transportation systems now. The people that came to the holiday party, because they did market that well on that side because they didn't have a holiday party. So they kind of said, oh, go to the Maplewood Senior Center. And we've retained a lot of those people because they had a great time. And so I think in that sense, we're also trying to share lists better. I know the lunch program that we're hoping to be the satellite for, we're going to do in conjunction because it's going to be either at one of our parks or a camp or pool. We're not sure yet, but that's going to be interconnected too at one of our venues or parks. So that's one thing. And we're also trying to streamline the communication because between all of our divisions, really, because Bob has a list, and then over Andrew culturally, we have a different list, and on the rec side, so we really want to have universal messaging for everybody. So we're working towards that. And of course, systems, some of the systems that we might want to update or, computerize some things that are being done manually, which we're not sure about yet. So we haven't gotten that far yet.
Right. And last weekend when we had the cold snap, we were ready to go pretty quickly
The
to
warming
open the
center.
DeHart Community Center. So that worked out well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a break until 11.
We do. Yes.
Are we on?
You're on.
Chief? Deputy Chief, you can sit. We split you up. This is our strategy, is to split up the teams.
Divide and conquer?
Yes, exactly. It's kind of interesting because we watch the eyeballs, you know. Who should answer? You. Yeah. Because we had.
I think I'm just going to be watching him too.
We had Ryan Bancroft and Annette DePalma. We had Bob Rowe and Melissa. So that's what we're going to do. Keep them apart. Keep them apart. Okay, Chief. Welcome, Chief and Deputy Chief. Welcome. We've had the opportunity to look at your narrative and your requests, your budget. You know, we have your budget sheets. We see you have 7 capital requests.
Yes, sir.
This is tab G.
Yes.
You have seven capital requests, and you have 1 personnel request.
Yes, sir.
And we'll deal with all those after your narrative. We may have some specific questions about some of the expenditures.
4.
4, and it goes over to 5. So Chief, we're going to ask you if you could start out by giving us some of the highlights of 2018 and what you hope to accomplish in 2019.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
2018, Maplewood Fire Department responded to a record number of requests for assistance. We finished out the year with 4,284 requests, which is 8% higher than 2017. There's 1,563 EMS calls and 114 fires we responded to. Fire prevention end, we conducted 1,810 fire safety inspections, wrote 1,410 violations for the Uniform Fire Code, and cleared 1,374 of those throughout the year. The department issued 392 certifications for smoke detector, carbon monoxide, and fire extinguisher compliance. Excuse me. We had 4 CPR saves for patients in cardiac arrest using an AED, 7 Narcan saves with overdose victims. One of the tragic events was a head-on collision with a bus and a dump truck on Springfield Avenue, which has successfully completed the extrication of a heavily entrapped bus driver, which unfortunately he succumbed to his injuries after he was taken to the hospital. The department took delivery of a new Pierce Enforcer pumper to replace a 1987 engine. We had 2 long-term members retired. Firefighter Dennis Weiss retired September 1st after 25 years and 1 month of service. And firefighter Alan Bandis retired on December 1st with 29 years and 2 months of service. We continue to participate and work with the area fire departments, in particular Milburn and Irvington, for training evolutions, and we completed live burn and bailout training at the Bergen County Fire Academy. We purchased 2 AEDs and portable suction units to replace aged equipment. The biggest budget item we had last year was on the capital upgrade to our radio system. It's been a little bit of a longer process than I had anticipated, but we hope to be up and running within the next couple of weeks. We have all the equipment in. REMS is finished with a couple of minor issues on their end, and we should be transferring over to the state system within the next 2 weeks. We conducted our first annual open house, which we hope to be an annual event. We had over 140 people attended, and it was well received by everybody that was there, and we anticipate keeping that as an annual event. All of our capital projects last year, we completed. One of the most notable ones was we completed the replacement of the garage roof in the storage little garage. It used to be called the Acid House in the rear of fire headquarters, and converted that into a new gymnasium for physical fitness training, and that part of that was done with the generosity of a retired firefighter. We put new gear dryer and washer and dryer as part of a cancer prevention initiative purchased for both firehouses. The closeout reports for FEMA last year, which recouped almost $121,000 for the town from Winter Storm Quinn. We have another almost complete reimbursement request for $116,000 for Winter Storm Jonas, which was in 2016. For 2019.
Let me just stop you.
Yes,
Does
sir.
anybody have any questions about 2018? I just want to say one thing on the FEMA reimbursement. I just want to compliment you on your work, because I was on some of those calls with the FEMA people, and you were very prepared. We had Mr. Bell there, and we had Chief Duvall there, and you were able to make sure that they follow up with you to get you the information so that it could be submitted. So thank you, because
Thank you.
these reimbursements, they take a long time, and they're very detailed, and you can get knocked out if you don't have proper receipts or backup. So you made sure we got it, and getting this money is important. So thank you for doing that.
For 2019, been a primary goal for the department for a long time, and it's still a request that goes along with my personnel request to replace the 4 company officer positions that were reduced 1990, and that was something that was also included in the Manitou report when they did the study. And we're at a point, last year we were especially at a point, we have a very young department, and the need for additional supervision is important going forward. And that is part, I don't want to get ahead of it. The goal is to replace those 4 officers, so we have 4 additional captains. We're going to continue to focus on fire prevention and community risk reduction. We have been out this year. I know, Mayor, this is one of your requests from previous years to better engage with municipal associations. I think we're lagging a little bit on that, but we have been out more in the community, in the buildings, and especially working with the developers. Once they completed their buildings, we've been in and discussed fire prevention procedures for safe evacuations of the buildings around town. And this year, we'll focus on really trying to meet with the various community groups from around town to also answer any questions they have and discuss fire prevention. Winchester Gardens, which is especially with all the renovations that are going on there, we met down there a couple of times. We also attended 2 of the drills that we were down there, one that you were down there when they participated in the emergency drill, and we're going to continue to work with them.
Let us know if you need help in reaching out to the neighborhood association leadership, because we know people in these different groups.
I'm sorry?
We know the people in the different, who run the different neighborhood associations. So if you need help in reaching out to them, let us know.
Thank you. Hey, this is still going to continue to try to work with South Orange. And it was still in the middle of the merger discussions between the 2 townships, and best we can, we're going to work to ensure a smooth transition if the project or this merger still continues to go forward. Regardless of whether it does or not, we're still going to work to try to develop a better relationship and hopefully be able to train with them the same way we do with Irvington and Milburn. And we actually just completed a training class with Milburn that had to do with firefighting tactics for solar panels. Because there's a big initiative around town. We have, off the top of my head, I don't recall the number of occupancies that have them now, but it changes our entire operation. So we were complimented by the battalion chief from Jersey City, who conducted the class, that the fact that both our fire departments were there for 4 days in a row to do the training, and he said that was a great initiative. So we're going to still try to keep working with South Orange in addition to the other 2 communities.
Excuse me, on that, are you working with Tracy Woods from the Green Team on that training? On the solar panel On the solar panel training, are you working with Tracy Woods?
Yeah, Captain Ariema
Okay.
was in touch with the woman for that.
Because she has a strong relationship with the South Orange Green Team.
Yeah.
So if they need to maybe push their department.
He's supposed to follow up with her once we completed this training. And she also had classroom material for us to go over. That's going to be before the weather gets warm, we can really do classroom stuff. And it's not conducive for outdoor things. Another goal for training-wise was to provide incident management. It's ICS 400 training for all the officers that are required by the state. We've had a difficult time on 2 occasions to try to have the class brought into the town, but we currently have it scheduled for the last week of February, so then all our officers will be up to the requirements that they're supposed to have for incident command system. And then the rest of the goals are to basically goes along with my capital requests. Do you want me to go through those now?
We'll go through them one by one later. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of interest on the 2 disposable, on the water fountain bottle refillable requests, I'm sure. So, okay, so
He's got to be.
any questions on the 2019? So let's go. Do you want to talk about I think we understand your promotion of the 4 captains. That's your personnel request.
We've gone over, and I know part of the difficulty now is the merger discussions, but I would just go back to that was something that was recommended by the manager's study, even in the interim before the merger goes through, that in his opinion, when they did the study, that it's considered an incremental cost in the overall budget to be able to do that. And I think the benefits to the township, as far as limiting liability and allowing for better responses and better coordination for training, and it actually allowed the deputy chief, the platoon commander, focus on a lot of his responsibilities, which sometimes get pushed off when they respond on alarms, where it really should be a company officer going with the truck instead of the deputy chief.
All right, and let's get to your capital. The first one you have is a command vehicle.
That I was requested to, actually I had another one also that was for an addition for the fire station, which I was asked to remove from my request. And Ms. Viveros had asked me also to remove this request. So this is something that I had in for last year, and the administrator, Mr. Manning, at the time told me he didn't recommend it because we were supposed to be merging with South Orange and they had a command vehicle that we were going to be able to use. Well, a year later, the repairs are starting to increase on the vehicle. It has over 55,000 hard miles on it because it's starting to stop in and out of the building several times a day. South Orange, one of their command vehicles I think was totaled several months ago in an accident. I don't know if that vehicle would be available, but I don't think it's prudent for us to focus on what we may get from South Orange at the time when we need to move along with equipment acquisitions for the Maplewood Fire Department.
Okay,
And I don't
we
know
got it.
if Deputy Chief Weber's.
Okay, let's go to number 2, the backup turnout gear.
Actually, Mayor, if I may, Chief, for the public record, can you explain what the command vehicle is, what it's used for? It's in your narrative, but for the public out there.
So the Deputy Chief responds on all regular alarms. Actually, any alarm that the ladder truck goes on, he responds, and it's the incident command vehicle. So when we get to a scene of a fire, it contains a command board. It contains something called a RIP pack or a fast pack, firefighter assistance search team equipment, which is an air bottle and several regulators in the event that we have to go in and try to rescue a firefighter. It has fire extinguishers and air pack. It's basically for an incident commander to manage an incident from the back of his vehicle at any emergency. I don't know if Mike, if you want to.
Deputy Chief Robert, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, he pretty much, we also have the mobile data terminal, which means he's got the communication with and all the resources from the computer, and it's got a mount for that. But more importantly, well, I wouldn't say more importantly, the rest of the fleet is in much worse condition. And so when you move, we're hoping that even though it has 55,000 hard miles on, the other vehicles have 130, 140,000 miles. We're hoping that we can get this into that rotation before it's completely shot. So at 55, we can take it out of service as a command vehicle, hopefully do some minor renovations on it and put it into like an inspection vehicle, use it as a captain's vehicle, as opposed to it just being useless and having to just scrap it. So that's typically the process, is to upgrade the vehicles. You replace a command vehicle, move that one back into circulation. Even though it only has 55,000 miles, it's probably in the worst shape because it carries a lot of equipment. It's really not designed to carry, the Durango is not designed to carry the equipment that a larger vehicle like we're trying to get a Tahoe or an Expedition can. And of course, it's hard miles. It's, responding to emergency. So it's cold vehicle out of the building, hard miles right out of the gate. So that's kind of why, even though it's got low miles, it's in the worst condition. And really, it's a critical vehicle. So when that comes out of service, we're putting in a vehicle in its place. It doesn't have the same capabilities. Really just reliability and capability are why we're trying to replace a vehicle. So.
Thank you.
The last thing, that's what Deputy Chief Weber reminded me, as far as moving the fleet down. When we get it, we would move excuse me, we would move that down. We have a 2001 Crown Victoria that's currently used in fire prevention. It has 129,000 miles on it almost, which that would be either if the police department can use it for crossing guards, but we would move that out and just move our fleet down. So we would have essentially all SUVs that are available for emergency responses.
So one thing that came out of the narrative today for us is cars and computers. So I think there's 7 cars or SUVs that are requested between police, fire, and recreation. So I'm not against this at all, theoretically, I'll say that much. I have a question of why we're picking an Expedition versus an Explorer. From a price point perspective, it's still an SUV. So
because because of the equipment that we need to carry in the back of it, the Explorer doesn't have enough room in the back. We considered that when we considered that. Currently, my vehicle, my car is an Explorer. To have that for a command vehicle and the equipment, because there's radio suppliers, and actually with our new radio system, we're going to have a backup battery bank with backup radios that are also going to be added to the command vehicle. Where outside agencies, if they come in, they have to work on mutual aid with us. So that's equipment that's in there. There's computer equipment to help with running the scene. So there's just simply not enough space in the Explorer to do that.
Yeah. So it's not just the wear and tear, but it's also the size of the apparatus as well. Okay, thank you.
Sure. If anyone's ever interested in actually, like at the open house, but taking a look at the command vehicle, I think it would be interesting to see what's carried on the vehicle and how it's situated. I think it'd be a much easier perspective understanding where we're going with this request. So, right.
Okay, let's go to backup turnout gear.
At the backup turnout gear in 2015, your department purchased 30 sets of gear to replace equipment that was reaching the end of its useful service life. Purchase of 12 additional sets of gear at this time will give every firefighter a backup set. It'll complete the acquisition. So everybody on the department will have 2 sets of turnout gear, which is going to contribute to primarily one of our goals actually is cancer risk reduction, which I neglected to include before. But this will help firefighters coming back from a fire to be able to get their gear put it in the washer and get it washed and get it dried, and if they have backup gear for them to be able to still respond. Right now, the guys that don't have backup gear have to wait until they go off duty. So if they go to an incident at the beginning of the shift, they still have to, if it's wet, they don't have anything dry to change into. And it's become the norm for everyone to have 2 sets of gear. And we've been little by little increasing. We try to get 4 sets a year that I include in my operating budget in the safety equipment. This will finish outfitting everybody because we did purchase the 2 gear dryers, and we have a washer down at Station 2 now also. They help remove the contaminants and get into a more regular cleaning cycle for it.
So I have a question for you about that, because it makes a lot of sense to me. When I looked at the line items, which is, I'll read it out loud for my colleagues, 265-105 clothing allowance, we had put in a budget for 600, and it's not a got you moment. And we as administration recommended basically 50,000 more, 50,400. This is different from the 2 because that's.
Yeah,
really
I could probably answer that a little better. So the department heads were basically taking a look at their expenses, and that's what they were controlling in terms of putting together the budget. The finance department was responsible for putting together the salary and wages side. The line item you described as the salary and wage. The $600 is the contractual per person multiplied out by the number of people, and we just didn't pick up that typo and clean out the $600 that we're using as a note. So the administration recommendation is the math extension of $600 per person.
People. Thank you. Thank
And
you,
that-
Mr.
and
What's
Cogé.
the total on that line? What's the total ask on that line then?
You're gonna make
It's the
me,
50,400.
You got to put on your glasses.
40, it's 49.8 is the variance, it's 50,400.
Right, so those are numbers that we've taken from actuals in terms of what we spent last year for the staffing at the fire department and projecting based on the contract that we were supposed to move up or down on it. So that number is fairly tight and accurate.
Cogé.
That's separate.
So that clothing is the clothing you're wearing now, not the turnout gear?
Understood, but I just wanted
Okay.
to clarify.
Not,
It's basically, purchase and maintenance.
Day to day.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right, so let's go to the next is body armor.
Body armor, unfortunately, are signs of the time for types of incidents that we may be required to respond to. The department, we currently have ballistic plate carriers in all of our apparatus for each riding seat in the apparatus. And I had initially included 12 tactical helmets also, which we were able to purchase through our safety equipment budget last year. So these 6 additional vests are, the current plate carriers that we have don't have any side armor protection, it's just front and back. These vests are, they have side protection, they have medical kits that we were able to use during an incident, and it's going to be able to equip us, hopefully, that we're never going to have an active shooter incident in town. But given the fact that there have been several incidents in the past couple of years where there were juveniles with weapons in the middle school and in the high school and other circumstances where we respond, especially on EMS calls, where there are guns involved and there are knives involved, we need to provide additional protection other than the traditional turnout gear. So this will provide a higher level of protection, and it also will allow us to carry equipment that we've trained to use through classes regarding active shooter incidents and similar situations.
Have any questions about this one? Okay. Next is your CPR equipment.
CPR equipment it's an automatic chest compression device that will allow EMTs to, it provides for consistent and uninterrupted chest compressions for CPR. While right now, when you're doing CPR at a scene, when it's time to move the patient, the compressions have to stop. When, whether it's going up and down stairs or it's going in and out of the ambulance, just that you can't maintain the compressions. This will allow us to do that in those situations. And out of our EMS calls in 2017, 14% of them were cardiac related. Another 10.5 were respiratory difficulty breathing. And in 2017, 23 of the calls were cardiac arrest. And we only were able to successfully resuscitate 2 out of the 23, which is, it's less than a 10% success rate for that. And it's less than a 12% survival rate for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So our goal is to be able to purchase this equipment. And if we're in a situation where performing CPR, it's going to be able to do uninterrupted compressions until we can get the patient to the hospital or with ALS to provide additional care.
Okay. Thank you.
So you think that the machine, and there's a lot of other factors going into whether or not are successful, right?
I'm sorry, I think the machine can.
There's a lot of other reasons why CPR wouldn't be successful besides just being done without the machine that you're requesting.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah,
A lot of
so
factors, yeah.
that's what I'm not clear on the.
It's just one of the factors you hope to improve upon. You know, obviously, early defibrillations, that's the number, that's one of the biggest ones. It makes us, I guess we'd say, more efficient, not having to dedicate an individual for compressions when you could be moving them. I always feel, and maybe it's my personal opinion, that one of the most important things is getting to a higher care facility as quickly as possible.
Right.
And so this is one of the factors that would maybe help that process. Get it installed and get moving right away, as opposed to starting CPR, waiting for units to come along so you can move the patient. So it's just an extra tool. It's certainly not going to change that statistic dramatically. The hope is that you can change it to some degree, whether it's a person a year or 2 people a year. If it is, then it's certainly worth the investment. If it can save 1 or 2 people a year, that would be extraordinary. There's no guarantees. It's just a hope.
Okay. The personal protective equipment.
Right, that request was actually, it's for Gear X. I had that in for last year. This is to go along with better taking care of the turnout gear. We just completed a project at Station 2 where I would ask all of you, when you have a chance, stop down and see what the guys did. We had some guys worked off duty, they did some on their downtime and at nights, and they built a set of racks, which were a lot less expensive than it would be to do racks like this. And I think it was probably for the cost of $1,200 worth of materials, we were able to do the gear racks in a fashion that will help maintain the turnout gear in the proper way. I was approached by the FMBA and the firefighters that were involved doing the project at Station 2 to do that also at headquarters after I'd already submitted this. So this is an item that I can remove from the capital budget. And we would be looking at probably somewhere in the area of about $1,200 to $1,500 expense out of my operating budget to do the same thing at fire headquarters.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Chief.
I'm going to remove this because the firefighters themselves are able to build the racks. They built the rack at Station 2, and now they're going to build the rack at headquarters. So he doesn't need to do this anymore, and the cost for the building of the rack will come out of his operating budget.
Okay.
Okay. 1906, computers and software upgrades.
This was based on a recommendation from the current IT department. We have 3 outdated desktop computers and 2 outdated laptop computers, and it's to replace those and the associated software that goes with that. And the cost also estimates include the setup cost by the IT department. We have laptops that we use for training that we can no longer update. I mean, I have one that we can't even get information off of because it has a floppy disk drive in it. So it's just to be able to update it. We use one on a regular basis out for training, especially at, when we do classes at Columbia High School. And we recently worked on upgrading our server at fire headquarters and upgrading our antivirus software and everything from projects from last year. So this will allow us to continue to update our program so we can use the programs that we need to do. We have a couple of computers that they can't be updated anymore.
Well, I could, of course. We were talking earlier today that we've noticed desktops and PCs are being requested in this round of this year, I should say. And my question to a previous department was why desktops versus laptops? Knowing that laptops give you more flexibility, they can do the same amount of processing as a desktop. And have you even thought about exploring laptops versus desktops where you could also take them into the lounge area and keep, working?
Actually, the desktops are less expensive than the laptops.
I'm okay with that though, but their durability give you more flexibility.
If that's something to be considered, then I'm all right with that if they have the desktop. But actually, some of the applications, I know the ones that have to be replaced, a laptop screen is not going to be sufficient unless if you have a docking station where you have another monitor that we put behind it. So I don't know the cost difference between doing that and what we had the estimates for the desktops and the laptops. If that's something that you want me to look into, I can certainly do that.
I would. I mean, docking stations are really, really cheap, honestly. And then also, so if if you wanted to take that particular device out of the docking station and take it somewhere else and keep working, let's say you wanted to even work outside in the back of the firehouse, it gives you a lot of flexibility versus keeping someone kind of at a desk. I mean, a lot of corporations have stand-up desks, as an example, just to kind of help with your overall physicality. So a desktop versus a laptop kind of puts you in constraints. So, is that right?
Okay.
I just want to add here that while we should look into that, Chief, if you wouldn't mind, as Deputy Mayor McGee suggested, I think it's the nature of the work that we always have to keep, the context in. First off, desktops are more durable long-term than laptops are. They have a longer shelf or lifespan or whatever you call it, technically. I'm not saying that desktops should be over
That's
laptops.
actually not true anymore. I know that for a fact, but
Okay.
so you know that they're all the same durability.
Right, but it's the nature of the work. It's the access to a larger monitor, and I meant to say this when we were talking to our municipal court administrator in their presentation. It's when you're looking at certain documentation, you need a larger screen, and you're most often than not at command headquarters. You're not going to be doing that in the park on a bench or on the scene that you're responding to an incident, right? So the nature of the work is something that's important, even if the numbers favor a laptop. It's the nature of the work, right? Because you're asking for this to enable your work.
Some of the programs, I mean, it was only until, I think 2 years ago where I had a single monitor, and then somebody suggested I had a second monitor put in.
Yes.
And now it's amazing how beneficial that is to have two screens in front of it. I couldn't do my regular work and work on spreadsheets and stuff like that and do it on a regular basis on a laptop.
And to that point, even in my office, I have actually 3 monitors. I have 2 monitors and my desktop as a monitor. And so when I'm referring to a laptop, you can use the laptop with a monitor. That's what most people do. It provides efficiency. And then in the case you need to step away and need that information for a meeting, which may not be in that small office where you do the stuff in Fire Station 2 where I've been, you can rip the laptop out, take it to the meeting, have that data in front of you without printing out paper, stick it back into the actual docking station, have your 2 to 3 monitors as well. So it provides the same type of quality of execution but also flexibility within a firehouse. So I highly recommend laptops.
No, I think it might be useful to have a conversation with our consultant on this because we are trying to talk about less paper and more flexibility. And so I'm not sure which works best for who, but it would be interesting to have maybe another pair of eyes and thinking about this.
We've had that conversation, and we've done it on a department need basis. So if the overall goal of the fire department is to have that flexibility, we can certainly, we can accommodate that. One of the other thing is going to all-in-one desktops. We've started to order those for some departments. You know, we've customized 2 desktops for engineering because of the programming they use. So we do consider the efficiency part of a desktop and a laptop. So we have that capability. Finance, we've got the laptop mobility. So it's going to be a case-by-case basis, which is a good point. So we've been doing that already. So we'll certainly address that with you.
Okay, the water bottle refilling stations.
Have fun.
Basically, paper, plastic's worse.
It's the same type of water fountain that you have in the hallway outside your office. This is to purchase one for each fire station, and then 2 of them are for recreation. Because when I got the estimates, I was asked to if I would include recreation in that, and one is.
Okay, I was a little unclear why the 2 for recreation, why that wasn't in the recreation, but okay.
Yeah, I saw that too, because we have for
What
pools.
was that? I'm sorry?
It's in the pool.
In the capital request 1907, he's got the water bottle refilling stations at both firehouses and
Right.
2 recreation facilities within the township.
And
So
the rec
just-
department has it for the pools too. And
Yeah, so it's just a matter of efficiency. You asked them to
Right.
get 2, this would be for what, DeHart and,
D-Hart was one of them.
doesn't really, it never says, it just says 2 recreation facilities.
Recreation.
Yeah, I flagged that too.
So I didn't know if,
I think it's DeHart for the pool.
And the pool is already in the plan for direct, so we've double dipped there a little bit.
okay. Anyway, we get the message. We get the message. So these are $1,000 a piece, $1,100 a piece.
They like the one in the hall?
Yes.
So are you providing, can we work on providing reusable bottles? You bought those Maplewood
We
ones?
can order some more, which I've kickstarted that. So the point is to roll it out
Wherever we
everywhere.
have these refillable ones, it'd be nice to also have those available. Well, for staff, obviously, they should just to get them, but you could even have encourage that.
Okay. Are there any questions as to the expenditure for the fire department?
Yeah, I had a couple of.
Yes. Good. You did, okay, you got yours. So there was one, I got the answer yesterday, but just for everyone. There's, this is 265, 213. It's at the top of the page.
Yep.
5, communications equipment. So we've gone down from roughly about $10,000, $11,000 in communication equipment maintenance. Is that because we have the new radios and we don't need to keep the old service contracts?
Part of it was still, for 2019 at least, we're still maintaining our UHF frequency. So we make sure that everything is working properly. Part of the reason that went down is last year, we had budgeted for an additional portable radio in the event that the capital wasn't approved. And we're looking at, that's in the area of about $7,000. So that was part of it. And then the maintenance fee for the state system is going to be a lower cost overall.
What is the, sorry. $5,209, medical expenses?
Medical,
I just don't know,
that's for TB testing. We required, or
sorry, it's for what?
for tuberculosis testing. Everybody has to get TB testing every year. Some of that was factored into for new hires, for physical testing and psychological testing before they come on the job.
So last year, out of that 6,500, 890 was spent. Year before that, out of 6,500, 2,000 was spent.
I don't have that right in front of me.
Is it based on the number of people you have to test and how many hires you have?
Well, we haven't
It's
had
based-
hires,
Right.
so and I'm not sure what that cost is.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
and
it
then
seems
3
like a
years
lot of
ago
money
went up.
for TB
We can look at the
testing.
reports and see if that's necessary.
It's
And see
also
some
the
trends.
the physical exam when they're hired.
Right,
So
I
it's not
know.
just TB testing.
Right, but still, it's
We
$6,500.
can look at the trends, that's what we'll do.
Expenses, couple lines down. 5,212. How is that different, first of all, from tuition reimbursement?
Let's see what 219 is.
Again, is
I can see it.
generally a lot the
Tuition, the tuition reimbursement, is that what you're asking? How is the training expenses different? Tuition, the tuition reimbursement is a contractual item for members that take classes on their own or that are working on college degrees or take college classes for fire science and fire safety administration. That's
How
what
is
the
that,
tuition
is that just
expenses.
a perk, or
The
is that
training,
different from training somehow?
No, it's a contractual
it's a
item.
contractual item with the FMBA contract.
You over budgeted every year.
That's only because, I mean, if guys aren't utilizing it, aren't taking the classes, aren't submitting, it won't get used, but it's got to be there just in case they do. So some years you might get a lot of kids going for, guys going for classes. Some years you may get none. We've talked about what's covered and, we've had guys come up and see, ask for coverage for certain classes. We have to determine whether it's contractually appropriate, whether it's for fire science or whether it's outside the scope, so. But that was, how many years ago did we, because for years it was $200 a year, so they increased that in a contract, but
Probably
maybe more.
10 years, probably 15 years ago, maybe.
That long?
I think so, where they upped it.
Yeah.
We have to put a certain amount in the budget in case,
Well, it used to be 6, now it's 8.
yeah,
But even the 6 was never.
right.
Why is it 8?
It must have been a contractual, when was it 6?
So it was
The
probably at
percentage-
the last round.
Yeah.
It's a contractual item.
So I mean, we can address that during negotiations about,
when you're talking to them,
if you are doing it, take advantage of it.
But
Not that we'll have to.
But the contractual continuing education does relate only to fire-related.
That's correct.
All right.
Because
And
there were guys that wanted to take college courses towards working actually on a master's degree that was not fire-related courses or had to deal with specifically fire or EMS responsibilities and duties, and we denied on a couple of occasions the ability to get reimbursed for that amount. But there are, well, I can't think off the top of my head. Some years it gets used more than others, depending on what classes members are signed up for. But I know there are several members that are working towards fire science degrees right now, and that was it was negotiated with the township way back when to try to encourage members to further their education along it, and it's consistent with. Actually, that amount is low compared to what other fire departments pay for members to either go for a college degree or there are many departments, if you have a college degree in fire safety administration and fire tactics, that they get an extra stipend for achieving and having that degree.
Chief, has our JIF contributed to a lot of the training, the fire training? I know we've had some new programming even in the police department, so could that qualify, and hopefully we won't have to put so much in our budget if the JIF provides certain training?
If the JIF, some of it is, some of what goes into our training budget, yeah, part of the training budget is actually a water supply from Poland Spring that we use for training, we use for rehab, and we use for prehydration during the day. And that's one of the goals with the, to have the water fountains or water bottle refilling stations installed. So I can lower that part of the budget by saving the amount of water that we get from Poland Spring every month. So, and with the GIF, we do, Captain Ariema just scheduled CPR classes. We just finished the harassment training. We're going to do right to know classes and confined space awareness, which typically we would have had to pay somebody to come in to do. So we're going to offset some of the expenses by using the GIF.
Required, right? Just not.
Right.
Also, everyone be aware that 265, 223 exam fees, $23,000, we need to hire 3 firefighters. Need to go out and create a list. We haven't hired anybody in a while. And the exam, I guess the list has been good for a very long time. Anything else for the chief or deputy chief?
Sorry, Mayor, if I could just add to the conversation. When it comes to anything, Committeewoman, when it comes to anything that's contractual, we tend to budget worst-case scenario. So even though we've got $6,000 sitting in tuition reimbursement and we haven't been utilizing tuition reimbursement, we're making sure that if all of a sudden we got 10 guys that show up for tuition reimbursement, that we're not going to wind up having to turn people down and then have a grievance against us because there weren't sufficient funds to take care of it. That's similar to the medical expenses as well. How many, you're down 4 people, Chief? How many? 3.
3 right now. 4.
So we're budgeting as if we were going to hire 3 people and we're going to need to send them through their medical examinations and everything that comes to that. The fact that we haven't been hiring anyone is the reason why we haven't been spending anything from that budget. But again, we're budgeting from a fiscally conservative perspective, we're budgeting as if it's going to happen. They do a good job in terms of tuition reimbursement.
What happens to the money if it doesn't happen?
So if the money is not used, it goes into appropriation reserves for a year, and then it flows into our fund balance. And then that helps us grow our fund balance. If our fund balance winds up getting too large, we would obviously use a larger amount of that to offset taxes when we get our revenue side of the budget going, because we're not in the business of making money. So if our fund balance gets too high, obviously we're overcharging people. So that's sort of the function of it, and that's what happens with it. There are other line items, but like I said, when it comes to contractual matters, we err on the side of caution and budget as if it's going to be the worst case scenario for us in that particular year.
And just one other thing, what is the date? You have the expenditures here. How current are these expenditures? I guess some of these expenditures are, we still have encumbrances and stuff?
They were end of the year. This is the one we updated at the beginning of January. So,
Okay.
but if there are things that we needed to pay for in December, they're not going to reflect here. But I would say these numbers are pretty good. Yeah.
Up in the 90%, right?
Yeah, I would
Because
say-
when we used to
I
get
would
the
say
books earlier, they were much lower percentage-wise, so, okay. Chief, I would like to get, you said you had 114 fires. I'd like to get a list of all those fires that you fought.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. And I would like to get the type of the fire, the address of the fire for those 114.
For all of us.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, anything else?
I have a couple things. I want to enter into the record a couple things in your narrative. It relates to what our fire department did in the last year. It relates to the quality of our fire department. And we want to let the public know, since fire department is a huge expense, taxpayer dollars, we want to know, we want the public to know exactly, the extent of your hard work and everything that you do, which is not just about responding to fires. You responded on 3,865 emergency incidents and requests for assistance, of which 1,384 were EMS, 98 were fires. You had 4 CPR saves and 7 Narcan saves for overdose victims. Related to the Narcan saves for the overdose victims, I wanted to ask you if you think that that number is higher than in previous years.
Actually, those numbers, on what, for the total responses?
For the Narcan.
The Narcan.
But the Narcan, that I would have to find out for you. I don't know off the top of my head what it was for the previous year, but I will find.
Generally, are you seeing an uptick in addiction, opioid use?
I think this year we did see a little bit of an uptick from the previous year, if I remember correctly, but I will find out the number for you and get back to you by Monday.
Sure, thank you. That's all.
Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you very much, Chief, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and we will be back here at 1:30.
No, 12:30.
12:30, please.
12:30.
12:30, 45 minutes from now.
Chief, thank you, sir.
12:30.
See you.
What do you mean?
You guys said you needed the installation.
Oh, in town, you mean? Oh, I don't know. Tracy has that number.
Of what, solars?
Solar installation.
I don't know if we know that.
Just put 2 in.
Nice.
I gotta say. Library.
Well, it's more about safety for you guys.
Yeah, so we can keep their 2 because they have their 4, and then how does it list all that? So.
Yeah.
Good thing is, obviously, it's. I'm sure, I don't know, I haven't heard much about it.
I think the Tesla ones are made.
I think the Tesla ones are made in America, actually.
I'm not telling you that.
Yeah, those are really still expensive, but.
Is that a schedule? This is a check.
Goods are sorted.
Yeah, because I have Tesla too. A little bit higher.
Slightly, but I got it
But-
down.
Especially, and they're attractive in the Northeast.
So how do you erase it?
We're still learning the nuances of it, but you would think that the other side, oh wow, it does work now. Interesting. It got smarter since I last used it.
Yeah, we got like a day's worth of training.
Word has gotten smarter since then.
We're gonna leave this out here, now, throw some roll in there.
Yep, and roll in there.
I would,
Roll like it.
I would just hold DPW ahead of time so they can.
Oh, no, this thing is heavy.
It's like 100.
Oh, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, I watched them, Oh, I know that, I watched them.
They even changed the bolts on the back because the stock bolts weren't strong enough to hold up the.
So there's a little shelf back here for a camera then. We're gonna see how much that
MF Hospital, or how's that?
DPW. Well, they have 7. Yeah, well, we built it over.
Well, there's no,
Yeah, we should probably always keep it on that one over. We need it.
Yeah.
right.
Once you put it up here, we're dead.
Yeah. There's also like a limited amount of plugs in this room, so you can get this side or that side, but we didn't want to block
Well,
the
we need
rest.
to get a very good extension cord. That's the most important, because you can't do a slideshow.
Right.
Okay.
We can't.
There is one here though. There are
Yeah,
cords.
that's true.
There's cords, but still, we shouldn't.
Just so we have that.
Yeah, except it's like one, there's like a good foot or so, then the panels are down on the foot of the roof, and then there's only the one.
Wider than that. Residential house, it's a trim.
Yes. Producing, right. Well, Bob was trying to. Yeah, right. That's what Bob was doing. He's like, you gotta put this right by your door. I go, but they can just up and see my panel.
I tested it yesterday, but it's still.
Oh, is that right?
I don't think anything.
Right.
I only saw one person watching YouTube. So. Saturday morning, I don't think people are waking up, turning on their TVs or.
Well, some people, yes, people like it.
Right.
I like dreams.
Well, I know Liz said someone called and said they were coming, so. I got a test email from a resident yesterday about to ask questions, but no content.
Probably also know
Ideally,
those.
those are the cats, dispatch your address. Yeah.
You know.
Part of the dispatch indicate.
Yeah, I'll just again, Facebook. Right now, it's spam people with.
And where on there, because mine was on the front, this is on the back. Can't
Well,
see
even
it.
if you know that they exist, then.
It looks like all of it, the 12, I think everyone's here and asked you, well, because I don't think maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you can
They
see.
did.
Yeah, it has more to do with you.
Yeah.
live.
Deputy Mayor.
Get up here.
Okay, we're going to get started. It's 12:30, and we're now going to be talking with the chief and deputy chief of the police department.
Tab F.
He's playing music. All right. A little background music is fine for my introductions. Maybe we should try that from now on. I'll give you a playlist. Mayor's intro playlist. Chief, welcome. Deputy Chief, welcome. You need a pillow? You can sit on your knees. You can sit on your knees.
That is what I'm sitting on.
What happened? Are you okay? The job has got you down. Hey, you can sit on that. The job has got you down? Yeah. Oh, you need a little pumping up? Come on, pump it up. All right, so.
Have lost our minds.
We've had the opportunity to look at your narrative and your capital requests, your personal requests. We also have the line item items that we'll take on the budget, so we'll take a look at those. So the way we do this is we ask you to go over what you want to tell us about 2018, a couple of points. Then we'll get into 2019, what you hope to accomplish. Your two personnel items are, one is a new title for an existing employee, and one is a promotion of an existing employee. Because they're existing employees, we don't talk about them in public. So we'll do that at another time in closed. You have 5 capital requests, and we'll go over each of those individually. Okay. Yes, sir. So we'll start with you. We are on tab F, and the budget is 240.
Yes.
And that starts on page 3 and goes into 4. So Chief, if you'd like to welcome, Deputy Chief, welcome. If you'd like to tell us, and you notice we went through this before, we split you up. It's our divide and conquer strategy.
Absolutely.
So if you want to go into 2018, and then we can go from there.
Sure, sir. 2018's been a year in transition for the Maplewood Police Department. There's been a complete change of table of organization that now includes Deputy Chief, who sits beside me, designated Deputy Chief as liaison to our new Community Board on Police. The department has restructured to our vision that places the needs of community first. Our standard is to treat all persons with dignity and respect, and I'll tolerate nothing less, sir. We've created a community services board under the command of Detective Sergeant Michael Pomerisi, whose sole purpose is to regain the trust and faith of our department by engagement in the community and our youth. I'd like to thank Detective Sergeant Pomerisi for the job he's doing. We've created a designated traffic unit led by Sergeant Scott Reeves and 4 officers to address traffic and safety within our community. I've conducted a reorganization and merged investigative units, which is now under the command of Detective Lieutenant Naima Malloy. And I'd like to thank her as well for her job well done in 2018. 2018, the department was examined by the New Jersey State Chiefs Association for the reaccreditation process. I'm very proud of this. I want to thank Lieutenant Thomas DiMaggio and his team for all their hard work to ensure the department met or exceeded the standards of reaccreditation. Our crime stats are down incredibly year to date by 8%. Violent crime over 2018 is down 29%. The only area where the township saw a raise was in auto theft. We continue to ask our residents to remove their valuables and their keys from their vehicles. Residents or the stolen cars in town over 18, 75% had their vehicles either running or the keys left in the car. So that's an important message. And that is the only area that was a rise over last year.
Do you ticket them for idling? Car was running?
We're trying to change the face of our department, so we don't add insult to injury. Yeah.
You have no car, but you have a ticket.
Continued officer training, which will also be for 2019 moving forward. I have a lot of things. I'm just going to read some of them. De-escalation, welcoming community resolution, something we look forward to doing further work in 2019 on. Domestic violence training, fair and impartial policing, hate and implicit bias, peer-to-peer officer training, when words fail, to assist officers when they're confronted by that type of a situation. We've trained 7 officers in Oprah. More and more we're receiving information from the public. It's important that that our officers understand what information is available to the public, so we will continue to do that as well. Our supervisors, we've sent our supervisors to executive leadership and strategic management classes, as well as our officers going to search and seizures updates. We did something a little bit differently this year. Active shooter response drills. We've actually involved our fire department and our dispatchers. It's important that when we respond on emergencies, that all aspects of the department, our civilians and the fire department, are involved in that. We also have special victims training, which is important. Another thing that's never been done before is we had officers, female officers attend the annual Women's in Law Enforcement Conference this year. Lieutenant Malloy brought that to me, this training and the importance of it, and we'll be continuing that in 19 as well. Just one final note, we're going to be participating in, we did this in 18 and also in 19, something called the darker shade of blue. And that is help identifying officers under stress. So it's from a supervisor's point of view, as well as going along with peer-to-peer, as well as assisting our officers deal with stress in their personal lives and in their professional lives. A couple of the big changes is implementation of e-tickets, which provides for more efficiency and better data tracking abilities. I'm proud to say officer sick time was reduced by approximately 25% over 2018. We continue to expand, this is also in the 19's goals, we continue to expand our restorative justice initiatives. We want to take our initiatives under the Juvenile Station House Adjustment Program and promote it and get other towns to get buy-in. We currently have volunteers from both Township of Maplewood and South Orange who sit on our restorative justice panel. Any cases that apply where it's essentially a diversion program to avoid the criminal justice procedure for juveniles who commit certain offenses. It's led by Brenda Ehlers from Morrow Church, and I want to thank her for her help on that. The mayor, 2018 was a huge year of change, and I'm very excited for 19. Looking forward to contract negotiations.
So let's see, does anyone have any questions on 2018? Yes, 2019. Could you talk a little bit about, you mentioned the conductive energy device, the tasers. Could you talk a little bit about that and what you hope to achieve? I mean, it says that you wrote a paragraph here, but
yes,
if you could say a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. It's another tool that an officer can use. We'll be one of the first departments in Essex County to be able to carry a conductive energy device referred to as taser. The point in that is that can be used in situations only when deadly force could be used. So a taser cannot be used in anything else other than where you would have been authorized to use your weapon. I want everybody to understand that. You can't use your taser because somebody didn't follow your orders or something like that. So it is just another tool to use other than your firearm. It's very important that we have these tools, such as situations where you may have an emotionally disturbed person, where you may be authorized to use deadly force. It may not be the right solution at the time. And if you have an alternative, you could always go to your other alternative if that didn't work. Now, if that individual had a firearm, obviously, we wouldn't use a taser. But the taser is designed to immediately, to gain compliance immediately. It's very effective. And if you could just imagine a position where you were authorized to shoot somebody and you shot them with a taser, that they would serve, you hope, there's no pre-medical condition, but if you got shot by a firearm, and we train for deadly force. So the goal is that the taser would stop the individual, gain compliance, and not kill him. And in circumstances where we confront certain persons, that would apply.
I'd invite both of you to respond to this next question. As long as I've been on the township committee, we have talked about trying to make our police department more reflective of the real world, and women on, more officers of color on, younger officers. I think we've done that, and now we're finding those early years of making those moves. We've allowed the progression of some of those officers to move into leadership positions, officers of color, women. Could you talk about how whether or not that is important and why that's important and how it has changed the operation of the Maplewood Police Department?
Sure, well, and I also brought that data, figuring maybe I would be asked a question about that. As it stands right now, 28% of all of our supervisors are African American. So, and either female or male. As our town changed, as the culture of the department changes, in light of recent events, it's important that we have leadership from everybody and just not certain people. This is also a reflection of my to treat everybody fairly. Currently, the department has 15 African-American officers, 10 females, and 8 Hispanic officers. We currently have 63 total as the force. So roughly a third of the department is reflective of either women or minorities. The most important thing is that every person in the department has their own perspective, and they bring their backgrounds into their work. And it's important that no one person or group is able to establish what their thoughts are and impose them on the whole group. And I think that we are in a very good position of where we have different thoughts about what policing are and what it means to be a police officer in Maplewood. Now, I can tell you that the deputy chief and I took that as a priority to change how officers think about policing in 2019. Definitely how they think about policing in 2019 in Maplewood, okay? So 2019 in Maplewood is about community service. That is the type of officers that we're looking for. That is our expectations for the officers. And that's the officers that we're going to be putting forth to be hired in this department. So for me, it's a change, and that's where we're going.
Yeah, you could, and you could tell by the initiatives of the officers, because now we have a lot of officers always coming to us, giving us ideas of community service projects. Before, it wasn't, you never got those kind of requests. So we have sergeants and patrolmen, patrolwomen come up to us, hey, what if we do this idea? Coat drive. We have the coat drive. Officers constantly brainstorming ideas of how to help the community and interact with the community and participate in events that are already, the community's already doing. So I see that a lot now.
And we've created an open door that is allowing such input on where we are taking our department. So if somebody doesn't want to get on board, they're on the wrong train, because community service is the train that we're on.
Now, what's your opinion of the value of having a more diverse police force leadership
Yes, it's extremely valuable. Like you were saying, the hiring practices in the past, now you see those officers coming up into positions of authority and being able to make important decisions. If you walk through, we did a couple of building tours. If you walk through the building, you'll see an African-American watch commander, African-American on traffic, African-American detective bureau. It's just not one department. Before it was kind of like, women and minorities were kind of led to teaching DARE programs and things like that. Now it's, maybe this officer doesn't want to teach DARE. They want to be a traffic officer, or they want to be a detective, or they want to be a lieutenant, or they want to be a sergeant. And you see that in all facets of the department, and that's what's very important. And you see that cultural change, and it's great. It's great for the department.
I just wanted to thank you both for, the whole past year has been a lot, and I just, you're not reading off anything. This is just obviously what refreshing and such a relief over where we were a couple years ago. And
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to echo those remarks. I mean, I've seen you out in the community more, interacting with residents, and every time that I come come to the police department, I feel that there's a sense of welcomeness and openness and transparency. And I strongly recommend, if you haven't already considered, doing an open house this year, separate and apart from National Night Out, which isn't exactly an open house, right? Because I really think that the community should have the opportunity to come and see what we do, how it's done, and to meet the officers. I think that's really, really important, to have that sort of interaction, not just at community events and at school-related things, but on this special occasion. I really, really commend you. I know it's been a difficult period, but you're working steadfastly towards a culture change. That's what this is, changing the culture.
The Community Service Bureau already started working on the open house for the spring.
Oh,
So
terrific.
Yeah, we already started
Terrific.
brainstorming things.
Terrific.
To do
You think they'll be able to do anything about the rain on National Night Out?
I know, really.
That was terrible last year.
Every year. The year before, too, it rained a little bit.
And Mayor, the one thing that we didn't mention is the amount of volunteerism amongst our officers. I've never seen it so high.
Right.
Coming to us, wanting to do things and to participate.
Because it's inspiring all officers, even those who were less likely to do this kind of thing, or not so inclined to be that kind of community-oriented and social. Not everybody is, right? They are inspired because it rubs off, and they see how powerful it is. And then slowly, you're building trust with the community that we serve. So I think it's wonderful to see it happen organically.
So let me just move the conversation forward, but maybe a little more difficult topic, and that's the force report. And I know that came out after you submitted your paperwork, and we had, I think, a very productive community meeting. You've made some institutional changes at the police department, like getting rid of the special service, whatever that was, special detail, that team. There's a certain amount of interaction you're going to have with people who are either suspected of breaking the law, who you have to arrest, whatever. But, I think our concern is to see the amount of use of force and also the disproportionate use of force against people of color, particularly African Americans in this case, because that was who was measured. So could you talk a little bit about how in 2019 you will be seeking to have less of that be used? And maybe you talked before about using the tasers, the conductive energy devices. Are there other ideas like that? You mentioned training at the session. Could you just talk about all that?
Sure. The first thing is that there was always a perception that there was a blue wall, blue code of silence, and we didn't communicate with the public, and we held back information from either the township committee or the appropriate authority. The biggest change that has been made is I had made it very clear that it will not be my policy nor my practice. If I'm asked a question and I can provide information, I will. And I have updated the appropriate authority in every situation where I felt that she needed to be involved in, so that nobody is going to be in the dark. Further, I've let our officers know that there won't be any wink or nods or supporting of bad behavior. So with that understanding, there's the follow-up of our review process. So now, where I say there's a transition, there is a transition. We're transitioning accountability. In other words, there is a process in place, and now I'm showing it that we're doing that process. We have independent reviews done. We have collaboration with the community board on police. You have my expectations. The officers are clear on my expectations. I support the work that we're doing in collaboration with the community board. Sonia and I meet monthly and more regularly when we need to. We are providing additional training and opportunities for our officers, which include, and it started in 18, ways to handle situations and understanding that you can't undo or unring a bell once you've done something. So we are doing training on officer contacts with individuals, best practices on not putting yourself ahead of a position. We are telling our officers that it's okay to operate from behind. We don't always have to operate from a position of power where you're throwing it in somebody's face. We are training so that the officers are more tolerant and that they're listening. So I think the key for less use of force is going to be for us to be consistent in our policies and practices, a common understanding that we're not going to support bad behavior, and then to acknowledge those officers who do a good job on certain incidents.
Yeah, and also the reorganization of the department, of getting rid of certain units. Street crimes unit no longer there, replaced by the traffic unit, which is concerned about traffic, and then also the community service policing unit, which is in the title, community service.
And we also aren't doing things that caused us a problem with the stigma. We're not doing roadblocks like we used to have. It's a collective decision that we made. It wasn't a good look for our officers or as the township as a whole. If you talk about a welcoming community, it's completely the opposite if that was your practice, where you're going to some border and putting a roadblock there. So we're changing a lot of things that change the culture and the way the officers are thinking. They're not going to put their hands on somebody if they think they're either going to get in trouble, they're going to be exposed. This is also the year where people are video recording everything. And honestly, I love it, besides our own practices with body cameras that the DC will talk about with the body cameras. But when residents show bad behaviors and things like that, I welcome that. It helps my officers to understand. Matter of fact, we teach our officers that they should expect that they are being videotaped rather than being surprised when somebody comes up with a tape.
So the body cameras are working?
Yes, and again, I spoke to a couple officers before, and I tell them, we review them often, and the use of force we're always reviewing. So some officers believe that, if you're looking at the video, you're just looking at the use of force report, the use of force, what they're doing in the video. And I tell them, yeah, but we might find this, this, and this while we're looking at it. So make sure everything is okay. Make sure everything's good. And sometimes we find things, and standard operation procedures is not, done correctly, and then we correct that.
Yeah.
So that leads to other things that we might see.
But not only that, how many times have we sat with officers and said, listen, you could have done this situation better. So it is not just discipline. We are looking to train our officers to do things better.
Yeah, a lot of times it's minor things, but, and also by us correcting them, they realize that we're actually watching the video.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not like, oh, nobody's watching this video. And then, we can bring them upstairs. Hey, I saw that traffic stop. You did a good job, but, you got to make sure this is all right. He's like, wow, you watched. Always have eyes on things.
So you started saying in 2019, I don't know if you said this word, but you look forward to the negotiations that are going to take place. In some police departments, I've heard of instances where a sort of a good behavior item gets put into someone's jacket, which we don't really have right now. Like if they go out of their way and volunteer, like somebody creates a 5K run or something like that, you can put that in their jacket, but it doesn't get counted when we look at it for promotion. Is that something that we can think about as a negotiating, something we can negotiate that would be allowed? Because I think that's something that would help also encourage people to do that. And I've heard of other police departments doing that, either officially or unofficially, but I think it would be useful to just know as one data point when we're doing promotions, have there been any community commendations or, anything like that?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I did take notice of that over the promotions that I've presided over since being chief. Matter of fact, just as recently as yesterday, we started including notes from the public who wanted to provide praise towards people to go into their personal file, which we'll have access to.
That's great.
All right.
Great.
I have some budget questions.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Chief, you noted in your departmental goals and some of the things you were putting in the budget this year, two things that I didn't see in capital requests, and I'm just wondering if maybe you can help me locate them in operating.
Sure.
So it talks about headquarters office furniture replacement for the dispatch and admin offices. Would that be the down in 250-212, the budget of $14,625 for office equipment?
Let me just.
What was that, 250, 212?
250, 212.
212, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, because there was initially a request for 1,800 and that got bumped up to 14,625. So that would cover the furniture replacement in the offices. And then it also talks about purchasing new police bicycles, but I didn't see that. And is that in purchase of vehicles 240-225, or would that be somewhere else?
It was built into a line item. I think it's in 224.
224, new equipment?
Equipment, that got bumped up from.
Okay. Okay, and then staying on 240, 225, purchase of vehicles, and this may be a CFO question, but there is a capital request for a purchase of a new pickup truck, and we're talking about 2 patrol vehicles and a pickup truck, and then purchase of vehicles is an $85,000 line item. So would that is that duplicative of the capital, or is it the 2 patrol vehicles are in operating the line item and then the pickup is in the capital? Can you just talk about how we broke that out? I just want to see whether or not we're double counting something or how we're dividing that up.
My understanding of the way we've approached the budget in years past is that we've treated a rotation of vehicles through the operating budget, so that we're always making sure that we have the equipment that we need. The additional items that the chief is asking for are above and beyond what is normal rotational in the patrol vehicles, and so they ended up in capital. I think that's correct, Rich.
Okay, so I can think of it as the 2 patrol vehicles are in 240-225, and the pickup truck is in the capital. Okay. And my last was in 240-226, other contractual services. It's about a $50,000 line item, and I was just wondering if either our CFO or the chief could break down or just generally describe what sort of falls under that umbrella.
Oh, this is REMS. This is, I'm not, it's beyond my scope why it appears on my budget, but somehow we pay for REMS to dispatch for the fire department, and I actually processed a purchase order for it.
Okay, and that's $50,750?
It is.
No, that's 211. That's
211?
REMS is in 211. It's under our 911 dispatching.
Okay. Other contractual services, let's see, did I add? Yes. That is for our radios. And now looking at the expenses that we've had for last year and then up for this year, we have received contracts moving forward that are increasing at generally from 3 to 6%. To cover that, but that's for our radios.
Okay.
And I apologize.
I think 208's your radios.
There's, let's see, 20.
Communication equipment, yeah.
208.
Yeah, no, that's just actual equipment. These other things are the maintenance of it. The maintenance of it.
That's under 911, I guess. Yeah, I'm asking, so that's under 250. I'm asking under 240.
26.
Yeah, so I'm on 240, 226, and
So you know what, Mr. Lindbergh, it's been pretty consistent about $40,000 a year, 49, 51. So we need to find out.
yeah, I just want to know what it is. I'm not questioning necessarily that number. I just want to know what it is.
It also could be, it's a contractual service, so it's got to be something related to our bargaining unit, right?
That's actually what I was thinking. Is it probably wasn't something to do with the radios? It's probably something that.
We'll have to get that answer.
We'll get that.
Right. Because that may also be something that changes given that we're coming up on a new contract. And then last 240, 231, court security, South Orange. I just wanted to know, is that for our officers providing security for the court? And if so, is that something that's split with South Orange? I'm looking at 240-231 where it says court security, South Orange, $30,000.
Our officers or for the guards that they employ?
It's the guards.
Yeah, it's private.
It's the private company that we go out to bid for.
And the bill gets sent to South Orange.
So it gets put in the chief's budget. And is that something that's split evenly? Is that 30,000 for us, 30,000 for South Orange?
No, I don't think so.
They get billed for theirs and we get billed for ours.
They're billed separately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But so
the invoice comes in broken up between here's what was South Orange court days and here's what Maplewood court days were. And then we bill out to South Orange to get reimbursed.
Okay, so the 30,000 is just for our portion.
The 30,000 covers the entire cost because from a public budgeting perspective, we can't overexpend a line item, but then that line item gets reimbursed.
Okay.
Maybe you get us that information, an actual cost, and then what gets billed to South Orange. So we're clear about that, because they have more court dates than we do.
Right.
So
they pay the line share.
Yeah. And, and just seeing the way that it's titled, court security, South Orange, I just want to sort of make sure that that's not something that's being inequitably distributed to our cost.
Okay, is that it, Mr. Lindbergh?
That's all I had, yes.
So let's go to the capital requests. 1901, you have the purchase of a police vehicle, and I think what we've determined this is the pickup truck. You've asked for 2 cars, and that's in your operating budget, and this is the 37,000 is for the pickup truck.
Yes.
Did you want, it's pretty clear here. Do you want to say anything more about it?
Just the fact that the current truck that we have is really not serviceable, so I'm looking to replace it. It's over 14, now 15 years old.
Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay, 1902 women's locker room expansion. And that's pretty clear.
There's 10 lockers, there's 10 women, we have no expansion, so.
And we have room to do this, right?
We do, we're gonna convert their bunk room, which currently has 3 beds, we're gonna leave 2 beds and create an area where they can change and have lockers.
That already have a swipe card access?
It doesn't, that's why, if we choose to, if you choose to put swipe card access there, that's the additional, give or take, $4,000. Right now, there's just a lock on the door.
Okay. And you're looking to replace all the weapons, service revolvers.
We're staying with the same brand. We're just changing the model. We're going from 8 rounds to 10 rounds. They don't currently offer the same model that we have as a direct replacement, so that would be the upgrade. And the current models that we have are going on now over 10 years old. Purchased them in 2008.
Life of a gun is they,
7 to 10
Oh,
years.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, company replaces.
well, the company, of course, is going to recommend.
Well, we also base it on the failure of equipment. We have to send guns out to be serviced and that type of thing, so that's at an expense. And the thing about a firearms is when a firearm fails, you know, it could cause injury. There's a lot of things that could occur.
And this would be enough for the whole department, correct?
Correct. And there is.
And what happens to the former, the old, they get traded in?
We do. They get traded in. The equipment we're traded in, it's what the market will bear at the time, but it should be somewhere between 15 and 20,000.
So is this a net cost you're asking for, or is this?
No, this is just the cost of the guns, because we can't guarantee what they're going to be worth. The trade-in is going to be, but it would be roughly 15 to 20.
And how does that work, Mr. Cologe, with the trade-in? Where does that money go when it comes back in?
So ultimately, because it's a capital project, I'm assuming we're going to pass a bond ordinance to fund the capital project. We would pass the bond ordinance that will allow us to borrow up to the maximum amount of whatever's in the ordinance. So we would have the ability to borrow up to XYZ number of dollars to get the guns for the police chief and his department. Once we traded in or sold the old guns, we would use that to offset the bond ordinance itself. So we're initially saying we can borrow 50,000 or whatever. We get 10,000 for the guns. Ultimately, we'd be going out and borrowing $40,000. So that's the mechanism that we would use.
One question on that. So you mentioned 68 guns, and we have 63 officers. Why the variance?
Well, you need to have a supply of weapons for once an God forbid somebody, anytime an officer uses their gun, you have to take their gun. So you have to have a supply of guns for people who have guns that fail, jam, need replaced. Plus, if in the event an officer had used his gun, you have to take the gun. The gun goes to the prosecutor's office, and you just have to have extra on stock.
Okay.
In 1904, public safety cameras. How many cameras are we talking about for the 6,000?
10. These are portable, battery operated, solar operated, or electric operated cameras. We currently have them now. They're invaluable. They're very inexpensive compared to camera projects that I've asked for in the past that exceeded $30,000 at the minimum. And they're quickly utilized, as in our speed trailers. When we have a location where we want to monitor or something happens, they can be quickly deployed.
Okay. 1905, traffic speed signs.
As I indicated in there, I think that they speak for themselves. I think residents ask for them. I think that we need them. I think this new one that I had provided the data on, it has some more bells and whistles, and it speaks, it shows words, slow down, and it flashes. I think it's an excellent way to provide traffic calming in certain areas. Certain areas, it's not effective. It's meant to be a short-term solution. But when people aren't expecting it to be there, that's where you find that it's very valuable. And it really, it makes the community ask for it. And we currently have 4. One's not operational. The cost to repair it is not worth it. When you talk about the cost of each unit. And just like anything that's out in the weather, last year we had somebody damage one. I don't know what they used, but they damaged one, and then you have to get it replaced. So I think it's important that we have it. Whether it's 2 or 4 of them is up to you, but I think that to be responsive. We currently have 4. 1 is broken, so 3. 1 and 3 is operational.
I like the picture of the sign that has 105 miles an hour.
It says your speed.
Yeah, it does.
Your speed.
My speed.
Your speed.
No, it says Nancy's speed.
Yeah, Nancy's Tesla.
Tesla speed.
My Tesla speed.
Tesla speed.
I like that.
This would be my speed, 45.
45. About your speed.
Yeah, that's about I think that's it, right? Yes, sir. Any questions?
I just have one on this again. Are they, when you put them out, how long do they stay in a specific location? Like I've seen them on Prospect coming up to the curve. How long do you put them out and?
So my policy is that they don't do any good sitting in the closet. The thoughts that I think of is if you're going to have them out and run on batteries, they're just like anything else that runs on batteries. Generally, they're out for a week and a half, and then they have to be charged if you're using that battery source and not provide some other type of source. And I also like to have at least 1. So right now, I keep 1 as a reserve for when we get a complaint, or let's say something happens. I know it's reactive, but if something happens and it's related to speed, such as an accident or something, we can quickly deploy something without somebody being upset that we removed their sign. You know, somebody says, they were speeding in this area, but then something happens. Rather than being knee-jerk and take it from here and put it from there, it's good to have that option out there.
These, they don't take any data, right?
They don't what?
Collect any.
No, absolutely. That depends on how much you want to spend.
Okay.
Yeah. They have cloud solutions, but they are not cheap. But absolutely.
I think if we're inclined to do this, we're probably going to want to talk some more about what kind of sign, because as long as we're going through the trouble of getting the sign out there, we could capture speed, because we often get questions about what's the speed.
Yeah, the average.
And folks think when we put those there that we're getting this
That's
wealth of
tracking.
information.
Right.
And it's, we're able to give tickets out from that and all that. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably have to do a deeper dive on this to see which one we might want to.
So
Yeah.
we'll work on getting some different cost analysis on different
That would be
models,
good.
and then I'll supply that with everything else.
And it's
Compare what they.
it's in the quote. The cloud
Yeah.
solutions
Yeah.
are in the quote. It's a matter of deciding.
Well, there might also just be something, whatever it is, but I would also ask you to coordinate this with our engineer, because he needs certain data when he's making his judgments. And if we could do this in an expedited way, it helps him too, so we don't have to go out and collect data twice. Because he has to make that judgment for the traffic calming policy, how many points, and the speed is 1. And then the nature of it, I don't know if this can tell whether it's trucks or cars or whatever, but
I don't think so.
I think it's just the speed, right? Okay.
So this says compatibility with the cloud on all these specs and solar compatibility and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily made like that. Like it can be upgraded, but so all of these that say compatibility, it's just not what we're buying. So I guess we
Yeah.
need more specifics on that too. Like if we want it solar powered, I know it's compatible for it, but what's that upgrade, Sonia, like to do power on these so they,
The only thing about the solar powered one is obviously, they're generally put in areas where you want it, where you have a constant problem, where you want to put them in a certain location. They're not as portable. I mean, you can still move them around pole to pole. It's not as portable.
So when I read this as a baseline cost. So maybe we look at some of a blended, so we have maybe one solar, one non-solar, or two solar, two non-solar, and we can find that inflection point. I like the idea here of quantity. Be clear, I think the more the better. So we need to see what our budget is, and so I want to get as close to 4 as possible, but I go down to 3 if we can get one with all the bells and whistles, which will reduce costs for engineering. So I'm heavily in favor of this, so obviously it's no brainer.
Okay. Anything else for the police department?
No.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
thank you.
We didn't talk about OEM with, there's not much to talk about, right? Okay.
If they're ready to go, yeah.
I don't know who's coming in with her. So we'll see. She may have her team over there, so.
So, hang on, sit where you are. Um, oh, yeah.
He's over there.
Okay.
I'm over here now.
Joe K. Oh, no, actually, it's very refreshing to have you at the table, by the way. It's very refreshing to have both of you right there, because in the past, our chief financial officer sat over there somewhere, and we could never could communicate. So having you here is just, it's very good. It's very good. We talked about, we talked about this.
That's fair.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, having you at the table. I didn't know you were going to be there, but that's perfect there. And that's why we're splitting people up, which is even better because it keeps people off guard. So we're on tab I. And we are 370.
What?
I-370.
Yeah.
What page?
We gotta look first.
I don't know, I haven't got it yet. I got
Page 6 starts at page 6. So we've had the opportunity of getting your narratives.
Can you put back?
You have
Thank you.
no personnel requests.
No.
And you have 6 capital requests.
Yes.
So we'll go through the capital requests separately. We'll go through your line items, see if anyone has any questions on the line item budgets. And what we'd ask you to do is to talk about 2018, a couple of points that you want to mention, and then go into 2019, what you hope to accomplish. Just for process, are we doing recreation division and then we're going to do cultural division?
Yes, that was the plan.
Okay.
Cultural affairs is built into the recreation,
Okay.
but that will be separated eventually in the next budget cycle. We'll have a separate line item for cultural
Okay.
division.
So is there any problem with having recreation present and then cultural present?
No problem at all.
Okay. So, we
And
have
if you
with
can
our
move
mission.
the mic closer.
Okay. Oh my God.
Perfect.
All
Yes.
right. Okay. So we have our same mission with our tagline, all for fun and fun for all. And we expanded our services this year, which I'm sure everybody's noticed, at a lot more events and programming across the board. As far as staffing goes, and Andrew might speak to this, but I put it in this narrative as well. In October of 2018, we got a building manager on the cultural affairs side, which has been a great addition. And we had a change in 2019, which I won't talk about on our side. So we have a full-time staff member where we once had a part-time one, which has been a huge asset. Our facilities are the same. We have a town hall main office, the Hart Community Center, the Maplewood Community Pool, the Woodland, the 1978, the Bergdorf, and the Maplewood Senior Center, which is much more hustling and bustling now. And we had our official grand opening in 2018 in March. So we were using the building, but that was our official grand opening. And now it's definitely known as the Senior Center around town. And we're very proud of our sign and some landscaping. And everybody knows that it's a senior center.
So can I just say 2 things about this? One, thank you for putting this here, because I've been asking for you all to think about these facilities all as one department. And now, because before I used to think, well, these were rec buildings and these were cultural affairs buildings, and now they're buildings. There are buildings to be used. So that's number 1. Number 2, I would ask that you add the gazebo here.
Okay.
And think of that as an additional facility, both for cultural affairs, for recreation affairs,
Right.
for library affairs, but I think it should be thought of as a programming opportunity.
Okay.
Do we do the same with the Memorial Park or no?
Well, all the parks
mean
are
the
there. I mean, all the
amphitheater,
parks are
or- yeah.
listed next and below.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
The
right.
department fields.
Yeah, yeah.
As far as recreation programming go, we had the new additions we just added on from our previous year, so I won't just repeat myself, but we did a CPR course for all of our camp staff, so that was an asset this year. It was a 2-day class all day. We added some adult basketball programming. For kids camp, we added aftercare, which we were getting some feedback that people wanted that. So it started off a little slow, it picked up steam, and you'll see now for next year, we're adding before care based on customer feedback as well. So we had in 2018 the goat yoga added to the mix, which was a new offering and sold out in 28 minutes. So
This year, Mr. Kaloje wants to get into the.
yes, you're gonna have to get in fast.
Is that something you're interested in, Joe? I saw that big smile.
Yes.
The goats or the yoga?
Oh, boy, okay.
People are already asking about goat yoga for this summer, so they're looking for it. We had Drill Skills and Thrills basketball camp and our first tennis doubles charity tournament at Memorial Park with John Trinity, our tennis director, who's part of our staff, but part of the staff that people don't realize we have so much staff when we have so many seasonal and part-time workers and instructors and coaches working with us all the time, doing a great job.
What's the ballpark number of all those people?
We say in the heart of the summer, almost 200. When we have.
Includes the pool too?
Yeah, when we have guards, camp counselors, and our tennis and art programming, which is going to just increase the way it seems. We're not cutting anything. We're just adding more programming, especially on the art side as well.
The before and after care, how long does that start and how, or will you plan?
It's starting at 7 instead of 9, so that's a couple hours. And then kids camp ends at 3:30, but aftercare goes until 6.
So we're basically, and I'm assuming we charge significantly more.
Yeah, it's kind of a la carte where you could do before, half day, full day, or then aftercare. It's by the week though, so we have to for staffing. So you can't just do like Monday, I need aftercare. It has to be like a weekly, just so we could staff appropriately.
Kids camp goes for what, like how many weeks?
It's 8 weeks, yes.
I don't remember since my.
So plans for 2019, we want to get our renovated bocce courts a little bit of action, some kind of casual league play, like passive recreation is always an asset to the community. The kids camp before care, and the art programming is going to be a huge addition for 1st through 6th graders. Sensory-friendly movie we're doing on President's Day. That's our first time ever doing that, so we're excited for a Muppets double feature. And we're going to see how that goes and plan a sensory-friendly music and movement event soon after that. We are looking at a summer rocket camp, which is going to be a 2-week offering at this point. Summer, we have fun, funky art camp. This says 7 weeks. She's expanded to 10 weeks. Already. We're looking to move this Good Times Math Gang after-school program over here to Maplewood, along with life drawing, clay studio, clay time, and book arts. So there's a lot of new additions coming to various venues. Some of those clay studios will be at DeHart in the Arts and Crafts Room.
What does sensory-friendly mean?
The sensory-friendly movie, we're working with the special ed PTA to get some feedback from them. And it's going to be the first movie sensory friendly, which is basically just not too loud of sound, and the lights will not be down. So the lights are on. And then in the upstairs, the parlor, we're going to have sensory friendly art going on. In case kids need to take a break, we're going to have kinetic sand, and our new art instructor will be doing different stations. So it's really for the whole family. You could bring all of the kids. And then the second movie will like we're used to seeing, but the sensory-friendly space is going to stay open, so it's really for all.
It's wonderful.
As far as the senior programming, age-friendly programming, we added meditation, chair yoga. We went on a Lake Hopatcong lunch cruise. It was very fun. I went. Studio pottery. We had an improv class that we had some participation in. Our Creature Comfort series. I'm sure you've all seen the mayor and I with the alpaca, because the press liked that photo very much. And that was our Valentine's Day Creature Comfort. We also had a miniature horse in, which was a fun day, and we had dogs, a dog day as well.
Remind me what his name was?
That was Alfalfa.
Alfalfa.
And I can't believe you'd forget him.
Alpaca,
But
nice.
Yep, that was Alfalfa.
Yes, that's a highlight. That's one of the things that I'm always going to remember.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to forget since the picture's everywhere.
It's just on repeat, yeah.
Is that going to be on your Hall of Fame plaque?
Yeah, exactly. League of Municipalities, DeLuca and Alfalfa.
And we had a diabetes workshop for a few weeks over at the senior center also. New offerings are, we're doing a Broadway trip. Our Valentine's Day event is Puppies and Truffles, where we're making chocolates and having dogs come in. We are having a lunch bunch meetups, a Healthy Bones class. Ageless Grace isn't here, but that starts in a month. And some new total body fitness classes. So we're still adding over there. A great addition has been having our Soma 2 Towns of All Ages coordinator over there, along with our senior coordinator. So more people are going into the building, they're getting the classic card, and there's just everything kind of in one spot for them. So that's been working out as well.
And they still get a classic card here?
They can, yes. Yeah, our staff still has them.
Stops.
Yeah, we kept the forms here. Should I do the pool at the same? Because I do the pool under recreation? Okay. So we really added food truck nights to the pool, which that worked out. We had a lot of rain this season, but we rescheduled a couple and got all the food trucks in. And our snack bar vendor was good with it. That was in the contract. And there was like enough business for everybody. And I think the residents really liked the food truck nights. We added more float nights because everybody loved those. And in-water Zumba, which was really popular. So for 2019 at the pool, we wanted to add new programming on weekend mornings. At our end of season survey, we learned some adults would like to do fitness as well. And if they work during the week, they can't really take advantage of our aerobics offerings or Zumba. So we're going to add some poolside yoga on the weekends and some in-water fitness on weekend mornings. So they'll have more time, more use of their membership dues. We're looking to add paddleboarding as well.
Everything included with pool membership, or did
Yes.
you pay extra for?
Yeah, the classes, the paddleboarding won't be. I don't have that set up yet, but that's just going to be, we have to pay a vendor to come in, and the rest is included. Overall, I think the biggest addition is going to be our art programming, which is going to happen on the 3rd floor of the Woodland, and we have all of our camps lined up already, and registration is open. So registration for both kids camp, aftercare, before care, and all of the art camps are coming in. So I think it's the YouTube camp. She added another YouTube camp because it's almost sold out. So she definitely has the pulse on what the community's looking for with the art programming. That's it.
So why don't we hear cultural affairs? And unless you have any questions for Mancuso? Okay,
We'll go through the line items later.
Yeah, let's do the cultural affairs first, and then we can do the line items, and then we'll do the capital.
Hello. 2018 was another really busy year of kind of nonstop growth for cultural affairs. One of the biggest changes for us was, as Melissa mentioned, an increase in our staff. We finally have a full-time building manager, Doris Fernandez, and the impact of her joining the staff has been quick and immediate. We've seen a big difference in our building, how everything's running, how the renters are being dealt with more smoothly. The transition between the 2-person staff and the 3-person staff, reassigning responsibilities and finding best practices for all of us is still a project that's in the works, but we're getting better and better as each day passes. As far as the facilities go, the Woodland, obviously the addition of an elevator was huge this year. The construction process was challenging at times, but for the most part, we kept the impact to our renters to a minimum. And things went ultimately very well with that. And when the elevator was finally opened, it began to get immediate use, mostly internally, because we could finally bring things from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor without having to take them outside, chairs, tables, all of those things, and gave us the opportunity also to open up the 3rd floor, begin to get a lot of the storage, I use that word loosely, that was up in the 3rd floor. There was a lot stored up there that was reevaluated. And So now the third floor is already undergoing quite a transition as the art program gets ready up there. And one of the challenges we face, while the elevator did open up more room, it's also limiting our storage, which was already a problem. So we've lost the balcony, which was a few hundred square feet of storage, and now the third floor was storage. So I anticipate this year that's going to be something we really need to address, since we haven't had a lot of room for our chairs, tables, and everything else there. So we're going to have to figure something out, as well as a office space for the building manager and the staff to use. In this next year, I believe, or coming up soon, there's going to be some ADA improvements to the restrooms on the first floor, the Great Hall floor, which is going to take out some more storage, and currently the office where Doris is sitting. We did a little bit of landscape work on the exterior this past year, where the lawn is on the west side, and it began to be used as a viable space with tables out there. And for some of the larger festivals, some of the traffic has flown out there, tables, a few vendors. It's not being offered to renters as a viable space. We're not quite at the point where we might say have functions out there, have a wedding out there, or even offer it for overflow. We're keeping a lid on that for now. We began discussions early in the year with the 1978 Art Center, which for the last 17 or so years has kind of operated independently, though the building was owned and maintained by the township. It was a separate board that programmed the exhibits there, that scheduled the hours for visiting the exhibits, and we began working with them earlier in the year to have a transition so that by mid-2019, once the summer is over, the township will be taking a much greater role in programming the building, art exhibitions, as well as hearing from the community how it wants to make use of this building in a more robust and interactive way, so that it won't really be used so much exclusively for exhibitions as the participation of local artists. It could be a lot of workshops. There could be more classes there, but we hope this year to really put it on the map for use as one of the buildings that the town has. It's a collection of art centers. It become the visual arts component of the town buildings. Last year at this very meeting, I said we were looking for booking software to better manage our buildings. And after some stops and starts, we finally have integrated a new program, still working out the kinks, but it's become a real time saver for us. The process of booking a single event could take 20 minutes when you're talking with someone about the rooms and the chairs and the tables and when they're arriving and their event coordinator. So it's really streamlined a lot of what we've been able to do there. A couple of the programming highlights of this past year were a new Ola festival, which the Woodland has gotten a bit known for having festivals, and it's a nice formula that everyone seems to follow. We were able to do the new festival there. We helped out with an Oktoberfest to get that off the ground with some. It was a great event, and it was also good exposure for some new business in the area with Soma Brewing. The programming at the gazebo continues to, I believe the quality is getting better, and it's certainly become more diverse, and we're going to follow that up this summer, really covering a lot of bases culturally. And if you saw any of the programs there, you would have seen that it's definitely taken a turn. This past Labor Day, we had the U.S. Army Band in the park, which was a terrific event. Felt that the holiday weekend would be great. It turned out there were so many people away. It was the days just before school started and the end of the summer, so it wasn't quite as big a turnout as we hoped, but it was still a good 1,000 people plus that came to the park, and it was a terrific event. Also wanted to mention some things last year. Everyone knows about a lot of the big events that go on at the Woodland and the Bergdorf and other outdoor events. There's a lot that happens under the radar that just wouldn't even be obvious to anybody even looking at schedules. A lot of these things are private events. For example, one thing that was a terrific event, we heard toward the end of the school year in about May from a young woman whose acting improv company is at the high school, and their material was getting a little daring. And so they were looking for a new place for their improv company to work. They had no infrastructure. It was the kids. We worked with them to get them into the Bergdorf. We found 3 nights over the course of a week. They were very accommodating, and they were terrific. They sold out 3 performances there, and it was just one of those wonderful community things where you realize that the future might just be in pretty good hands, because these kids were great, and they all did a wonderful job. We had a Russian theater company come in for 2 different performances over the year in Russian. They sold out 2 performances at the Bergdorf. For possibly the 4th year in a row, we helped with the Chicken Fat Ball, which, if it's not on your radar, again, it's a jazz event that actually has been organized by some members of the community for about 40 years. They took a 20-year break. They'd been in churches, they'd been in buildings all over the community. We finally have them established early in January at the Woodland. They draw a couple hundred people. The jazz is great. They do a terrific job, and that's a very, very community-based thing that to get tickets to that event, you have to find a flyer and tear off the bottom and fill out your name and send it to the individual through the mail to get your ticket. So we help them out as much as we can, but they manage to sell out, and they bring in some good acts. These are things that just might not have happened without the town's help. We are offering space at the Bergdorf right now for the special dance group at the high school, special dance company. It's very informal. They will come in and rehearse in the community room when we have time for them and nothing else going on there. We let them know they can use it. Again, it's a very informal relationship, but wouldn't be able to happen if there weren't some infrastructure there for that to take place. We welcomed 2 new theater companies to the Bergdorf this year. One of them, Fourth Wall Theater, from a little bit up north in New Jersey. They've come in with 2 shows this past year. One is part of Black History Month, a second one in December, and now they're coming back again for Black History Month. And it's a terrific company, very diverse, operated. It's much younger. It's the programming is aimed toward a younger, more diverse audience, and it really matches the sensibilities of this community. Also, a young man named Gregory Omar Osborne, who's a local, who's a Columbia High School graduate, very talented actor, director, writer, and he's found a bit of a home with us, has done a couple of productions, has begun to participate. He'll help build sets, he'll put on shows. It's terrific, and it's just one of those things that came together, and he's found a outlet for his own creativity here with the township. Looking to 2019, I already mentioned 1978 Art Center. We're refining our software. Also want to work at how we publicize a lot of our activities. That's as much a challenge as the programming, is getting the word out, rising above the din, and being able to focus on what's going on. And so we're hoping to get better at that, coordinating emails. We work a lot on our websites, which can be challenging because they're not static. The Cultural Affairs website needs updates every 3 days because there's new programs coming on, there's times that change. So it's a presence that needs a lot of attention, as does our social media. So really trying to streamline that and get better at what we do. Again, we're going to deal with the storage issue. We're also, 2 things that I'd like to really, they're larger issues. We need to discuss fundraising and how that might work for raising funds for our programs to help with other people have their programs beyond just the operating budget for cultural affairs. And also address the rates that we charge and have a bit of flexibility. For example, these few of these programs that I've just mentioned, there's no formula for what to do with the special dance company or these kids from the high school. We have so many things come up. We have filmmakers approach us, small filmmakers that we'd like to encourage to work in Maplewood, a lot of them residents, and the only ordinances covering filmmaking in town are designed for large film shoots. So when people come in to do something smaller, we have to figure out how to adapt it while staying within the already approved ordinances and regulations. Getting so tight every year on our ABC licenses, which everyone is aware of, I think, and working to give most of those opportunities to local charities. A lot of the schools use them at this point for fundraisers. And what's really nice about that is I would say 90% of the funds raised through that use stay here in Maplewood for local charities. And that's kind of an update on what's current and future.
I've mentioned the film ordinance. What should we be looking at? I'm assuming
we need to figure out how to do something on a smaller scale. Right now to film in town, I don't have the number, but it's 1,000, if not more, just to put up a bond prior to your filming. So
we need to look at that.
we need to look at how to be more flexible so people can, I don't know about town, but also in our facilities.
I think what we can do is maybe at one of the next art council meetings, we can have maybe get a subgroup of the Arts Council to work with you and me.
Sure, yeah, it's something that a sliding scale or something like that would work.
Bring it back to code.
I'd like to recommend my next door neighbor who's a location manager for major films under Soderbergh and other people. Maybe he can come to that meeting. So just remind me and I'll make sure.
Absolutely. No lack of resources in this town for people who are professionals and started out making independent films.
It's his job, what we're talking about right now. So.
One really quick example there is we have a local filmmaker named Rachel Dykin, and she was shooting a documentary where she was, it's about a local poet actually who lives in town, and she wanted to shoot him 4 times over the course of the year, doing like a talking head thing, and she was looking for some place to do that so that the background she was shooting on would stay the same, January, March, summer. And we made an arrangement with her to use the Bergdorf Theater when it wasn't busy. It was tough to find a formula for her to use it, but again, these are the kind of things we'd like to be able to encourage.
Also, just because I'm thinking of it now, can you add to Pride Month and Black History Month some thought to Women's History Month in March so that have as much trouble next year and securing dates? Because right now, pretty much everything we're going to be doing is going to.
We're working to hold dates a year in advance without even a designation, just hold for Pride, for Black History Month.
So if you could do that for March.
Yes, these are lessons learned. We're holding a lot of dates and inquiries come in about renting them out and we say these just aren't available. So hopefully next year we'll have more options for that.
One thing before we get into the line items here is, you talked about, your narrative is excellent. There's so many events and festivals we do. I'd love to see a build out of really something around branding of our over existing facilities from a cultural perspective, something that would maybe a part-time job for someone. We work on sponsorships. We can umbrella some of our events. It's a potential revenue stream for the town. Towns do it. And we do quote unquote sponsor events, but really true branding and sponsorship. I think it's a daunting task, but also something we need to look at, and probably a PTE for sure.
Again, I think if coming up with a couple of formulas that would apply to almost anything will help.
Great.
Okay, let's go into your capital requests. First one is the pool renovation.
I think I'm out of order.
Isn't the first one the automobile?
I have pool first.
I got pool, 1901.
1901.
There was an updated packet given to you this week?
Yes.
That changed that?
The updated one has 1901 as the pool.
Right. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the pool capital request is a full renovation of especially the filtration systems, goes into, well, there's filtration really in the training pool, main pool, and dive pool. Also, the filter buildings and the pool house, bathhouse, front desk areas. And what you see here is a preliminary budget grid. There was a firm that got the RFP through the engineering department. They gave me this very bare bones grid of numbers. They were here last week. They're flying in again on Thursday. And then I'm expecting a more elaborate report. I know that they've been here a few times. We've taken pictures of every inch and including with our pool foreman. So these tours have taken like 3+ hours, as you can imagine. And they're taking pictures of, you know, the flashing from the gutters to the bromine house and basically underground with the filters. So every nook and cranny of the pool, because as I think we all know, we have a filtration issue. We have a dinosaur of a filter that we're lucky we have a very skilled old school staff that can work on our filter right now. And we just don't get the output per gallons of clean water in the main pool.
So my question in regards to this, just to break down when I looked at it, number 3 is 200, is like basically a quarter of the expense or slightly under it. And it's talking about renovating the actual building itself. Can we change the filter? Will the new filter fit into this building?
Yes, this is because the chlorine displacement will change. So the house that's there right now holds chlorine with underground tubing and things. So that would actually be demoed and something new built instead. So it kind of changes more than just the underground filter, which that cavity underground will just be like sealed forever because we wouldn't have that type of sand displacement filter because I don't even think they make them anymure.
So we'd seal that off and use this cost we incur for the new filter.
Yes, yeah, for the new housing.
I have one question. Could this possibly be phased out in steps because of the obviously cost and something like we did with the brick replacement over in the village? We're thinking about,
Or just the woodland.
or just the woodland. We're taking about thinking about in substance, which is what we'll do with the capital committee coming this year, but just overall thought, how would this?
Right, I did ask him that because just the filters, I think, come to like $600,000 or something. They're like a big chunk of it. I think the pool house would be, which is not as big of a chunk, would be something that could be phased out. But as far as the main filter building, that would all be built in with the filters because it all has to be married together to demo that. So he said that this Thursday when they fly back in, we can meet in person and talk about it and hopefully get a much more detailed report, which they're not being paid yet until we get, you know, something that we can present the governing body with to take a closer look. But it's unfortunately not just like the dive tank filter. It's every filter from the training pool to the main to the dive, and then the chemical displacement changes also, which deals with the bromine houses and the other little chemical house by the baby pool too. So it's kind of interconnected.
So I have a question for Mr. Colloge, just on the process here. In the past, when we've done the capital improvements at the pool, it's been charged to the utility and the payment of the debt has been from the utility. At this point, we're still paying off a major capital improvement from years ago. For the slide and concrete work we did there. So if we were to do this, would we do this out of town funds and then at some point get paid back by the pool in the future? Or would we have to do this out of pool funds now?
It would be better to do it through the pool funds now. We can set it up so that the town ends up floating the bond ordinance to do the work, but then the mechanism for reimbursing the town becomes a little more problematic, particularly if we want to keep the pool as a self-liquidating utility. So we can do it either way. My recommendation would be to keep it segregated with the pool.
Is the payment back to us, do we have flexibility in changing the terms of the payment back, the years of the payment back to us beyond the years of the bond. So let's say the bond is, something like this is determined to be worth 15 years out. Can we say, well, in order to make it work for the pool, you can pay us back over 25 years, or do we have to tie it to the bond payment?
No, typically it needs to be tied to the bond. So what we would probably do in that scenario is set up a contribution from the pool to the town that would not be designated as debt service, but just similar to the way we charge the library for insurance and that sort of stuff. There would be an additional line item in the pool that would be able to fluctuate. So if they're having a hard year, we can make it less. If they're having a better year, we can make it more. And then we can also stretch it out over a longer period of time. But it wouldn't be specifically tied to the debt service. We would just utilize it as a revenue item in our budget.
Okay, here's the pickup truck.
Okay. This vehicle is used on the cultural affairs side for the gazebo and concerts. It's really our only pickup truck, and it's used during the pool season and also by the pool foreman year-round. It broke down a few times this past year, including outside my office window, and had to be towed out. And at that point, our fleet manager at DPW had sent over this, the window sticker for the vehicle, and said he was kind of pronouncing it unfixable going forward because it's been repaired a lot of times and used by, I think, different departments and passed off to them. So this is their recommendation.
Question on that. So in the breakdown of cost, there's like a 5,300 line item for snow removal. So does your team remove the snow by the pool? Okay, not DPW.
No, that her staff contributes to snow plowing, so that's one of the
Right.
pros
So
of
they'll
having
do
that.
the pool parking lot, or they sometimes will do the senior center parking lot, or different parking lots
Right.
with a plow on that.
Okay.
Whatever
vehicle.
recreational facility we needed to get to, that would be
Jumping
an
with
add-on.
DPW.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 1903 is the DeHart range oven.
I'm a little out of order here, but yes, this is, we're heavily lacking a range, and I didn't put it in here, but also at the warming center last weekend, it was a loss because we wouldn't have been able to produce hot food at all. But this is for a commercial style range, and of course our renters like to cook or warm things up in the oven, and we had a beautiful kitchen renovations. We just do not have a working Ranger oven, and it was turned off by PSE&G when we had to evacuate camp for the smell of gas over the summer, and everything was okay, but it was shut off. The gas was shut off to it, and then we had somebody come out to take a look at it, which I attached, and there are numerous leaks. I think it's like 6 gas leaks. So that's why it's shut off at the pipe by PSE&G. And we would certainly like one back in there for our renters and a warming center if needed. And we do not have that feature also in the senior center. So we kind of always had the plan, if we got big trays of food catered and needed to just warm them, we could bring them over from DeHart, but we haven't been able to do that yet. So we're still on the Sterno squad over there.
Is it a commercial grade, nice big oven stove and everything really warranted at DeHart? Don't have like Woodland where you have caterers coming in and.
Right. I mean, that's the space that's in there because that's what was there formerly. So that's definitely the measurement. I mean, I think we were forward thinking if we ever had a congregate nutrition plan, if we ever increased our current head count at our lunches at the senior center, it would be a natural. That's why we kept the window in the reconstruction too.
Additionally, at one point, the cooking classes were there, and the regular oven was not big enough to handle the trays.
Right.
The cooking trays.
Yeah, it was like a shallow oven.
Okay, third floor of the Woodland, phase 1. That's always scary.
Yeah, seriously.
I
How
like
many
to throw
phases
that.
are we talking about?
I like to throw that in.
This is like
You know, you should.
Woodland Phase 15.
One of 27.
Seriously.
I'll do
So
Roman
this
numerals
is,
then.
this is clear. You want to do some minimal work on the third floor to get it usable, right? Bathrooms, cleaning.
Yes, I think the bathroom is the major fix, and also air conditioners of some type up there as well. So it's like paint, fixtures, and the bathroom and the floors, which are beautiful. Now that we see what our art instructor has done on the one half, just herself.
I have one quick question. The completion date was basically beginning of Q4, and I know it's a lot for children and youth, and I was thinking, if possible, can that be moved up to 9/1, so the beginning of the fall for all these children programs that people look to get their, those programs going in September. So, not against the expense, but against the completion date.
Right, yeah.
I actually think,
Estimated.
The sooner the better.
I think the way it looks now is that the staircase is going to be done beginning of June, right? Or in June
Yeah,
sometime?
they're saying June 1st.
The external
Everything's being moved
staircase,
up.
they've already laid out the foundation right now with hold because of the weather, but it's in the works.
Yeah, I think it's going to go faster than we think.
Yeah.
And so once that happens, and we get a clearance to go up there, then this can take place.
And from what I understand, we can remove that faux wall that's going up because it's there right now
Right.
for safety. So it'll really open up the space even more.
Yeah, that's-
The, I didn't get a chance to look at the engineers. The engineer has no money in there
I
for the
believe he
woodland?
has some, maybe 20,000
Okay.
from what I recall for the woodland. And that's just sort of, which he does for every other facility that the town owns. Just some, painting or whatever there may be.
Okay.
And the other thing, of course, is this issue of storage, which Andrew brought up. We need to figure out what to do with this stuff.
Guess we'll have to buy another building.
Yeah.
We have
I like the.
We've discussed pods, we've discussed pods outside or a shed,
Nope.
something.
Stored pods, good
Oh my
luck.
God.
Good luck.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's take up a few
No
parking
pods,
spots.
something a little more in line with the neighborhood, or a shed of some sort, but the storage is going to be an issue.
Really need to discuss that
It's
seriously.
a good problem to have.
Is there a basement?
There is some basement
Yeah.
space, it's small
I don't remember if
and
I've ever.
hard
Crawl
to.
space, there's
Under the
basement crawl
stage.
space. It's not suitable.
Is the stuff that's in storage, is that you're using it for events? So
Well,
it's
these
very,
are-
so the cadence is high, so you need to have accessibility to it. It can't be like brought
Yes, sir.
theoretically to town hall.
Things
No,
like
no.
sound equipment and what have you can take a little bit of effort because they're not needed every day. Chairs, tables,
Yeah, and they're
cleaning
on,
supplies.
they're on racks and stuff too,
Yeah.
and that's
All
be
right,
able.
So we
to-
have
Yeah.
something to address, clearly. Okay.
Well, he has something to do. That's what he's trying. That's why he's making the big bucks
Well, you might
here.
want to go somewhere other than.
salaries and wages.
Yeah.
That's right, that's right.
I think you should just forget about pods and sheds and figure something out
Okay,
inside the building.
rec director vehicle.
Yes. This is for my.
So you made your
garage.
case
No, we
here.
had 1905.
Yes, well, I don't have a vehicle, and I do a lot of driving to the pool, to DeHart, to Andrew's facilities, to the 1978, and it's always in my personal vehicle. I also have employees running around with microphones and life jackets and glue sticks and a bunch of things you wouldn't even believe in the day-to-day recreation land. So I thought it would be nice if we had a vehicle to be running all these errands. We go to Home Depot 4 times a week and all kinds of other different, somewhat local travel.
So,
What is our vehicle, like what departments, not DPW, police and fire, but what are the other department vehicles that we have?
Town vehicles, yeah.
Generally speaking, township clerk, engineering, code enforcement, administration,
health.
and health. So, we sort of pass those vehicles along, so we don't get really new vehicles every year. But, one of the initiatives that we've taken is the hybrid vehicle, obviously, and they have become less expensive. So and they've become efficient even in size. So,
Which is,
we've been able to accommodate.
how many of these vehicles go home with?
Well, we have the engineer, myself, township clerk, and that's because of mobility and coming in and out of, like a day like today, having to come here or any sort of event.
Could we share? I mean.
Yeah, see, I think if everybody, problem would be easier to deal with the number of vehicles if employees, department heads, whoever, bringing their own vehicle from home, just like most of us do when we commute to work, drive to work and then use municipal vehicles all day and then drive home in your own vehicle.
I'm not.
I know that's probably a bigger conversation, but if we're getting requests for different departments to have a vehicle, I'd rather it be a department vehicle than. So I think there's a way we can start thinking a different way instead of department heads having a vehicle to take home. I mean, even if you have to come in on a day that's not Monday through Friday.
I'm not sure about the practicality of that because we do have other events that we have to, and other meetings and conferences that we have to get to before.
I don't have it. I'm just saying, other municipalities, it's not necessarily, some municipalities do it this way and other my husband's a department head engineer, he takes his own vehicle to work. And then when he's at work, but he has a vehicle for the department available. So I'm talking about cost is kind of extreme to be providing basically a car for an employee.
Yes.
I just don't like that I'd rather start looking at it a different way.
Yeah, I remember last year, I know we had a lot going on our plate with transitioning. I remember asking Mr. Manning to provide an inventory of all of our vehicles. I asked for that last year and I said, let's look at the mileage, like when we noted it for that year, and then year-over-year mileage of each vehicle and who was assigned the vehicle, either the person, because kind of to your point, which is a valid point, is we could kind of see the usage of a year-over-year basis by department, by person, and make an assessment. And yeah, I mean, we have shared vehicles. That's what's happening in our towns for residents, right? You can use a zip car, so forth. It's a fair idea. We should explore it. I'm not saying that we should necessarily do it, but I think we should look at it. So maybe there is a wrecked truck and then there's a.
Right, yeah, I mean, we could update this to not say director. I'm not saying like go home, but all day we're kind of zipping around. I would let Nick use it.
Yeah, there's validity in a recreation vehicle.
Right, yeah, we could change.
While you're at work because of all the running around.
Yeah, and I'm not, and this is a bigger conversation in the rec department. I just think that if we had 4 vehicles or X amount of vehicles that were, the keys are over, in the clerk section and you grab it because you're making a run, that makes sense. Everyone, drives that vehicle. We work on the insurance purposes and then that mitigates some of the narratives here talking about they're idle too long and now they're rusting out. So that would help mitigate that. There's 7, 8 vehicles that we're looking at just today alone across 3 to 4 departments. So this is a way to figure out a way to solve this reduced cost for our residents and provide you with opportunities.
Right, and I don't know that a company car employee of a municipality is necessarily a frugal way or a responsible way to spend tax dollars. I understand for work at work, how I would prefer it, because otherwise then we know where the car is being used and we know that it's just municipal work and the wear and tear on that car is just work, not somebody taking a car home and you.
I think there's absolutely a need here to get a handle on these cars because I always thought we should have a pool of vehicles. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to have, this is a rec vehicle, this is a health vehicle, these are town vehicles, and there should be a process. I do think that there were certain agreements made for employment of people. So that is going to be hard to change right now because the acceptance of certain positions here were based on historical patterns and vehicles or no vehicles. But I would not be interested in creating a rec director vehicle. I would not be interested in creating a rec vehicle. If we need another car for our fleet, then we need another car. Additionally, I think if someone's taking a car home because they do have that, let's say that contractual agreement with us right now, that car sitting here during the day should be put back in the fleet
Right.
So that if someone needs to use that vehicle during the day, rather than sitting out here, that should be a vehicle that can get used. So there's, so I would absolutely agree. I don't think we should claw back anybody's car, because we have that. But I think there should be a different way of thinking about these cars, breaking down the silos as who uses these cars. And now with software, you can say who's using the car, how many miles and all that very easily. It can all be tracked.
We all have tracking devices on.
Okay, so, and I think you should come up with a policy that changes this. So I would be very hesitant about buying any cars at this time until we get a handle on all the cars we have and how they're utilized better.
Agreed.
Example, Missy's not using her own car to run around for town errands. Other cars sitting in the lot that's municipally owned.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm talking about local travel, like from building to building and.
No, I understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
just zip around.
We don't disagree with the concept. I just think, it can't be changed, but it can going forward.
Right.
Okay. That's it on the cast. So there is no 1905, because that was I think you're looking at the old,
I think there was a.
it was pulled out, because it's a
Duplicate,
duplication of the other one, right? Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions on the expenditures?
I had a couple, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just really quick. Just looking at 370-207, I'll just bundle them through 209, camp supplies, kid camp supplies, senior services programs, outside janitorial services. I just want to confirm that based on the incremental activities that you have articulated, that's where the cost would be incurred.
Yes, that is for a new art camp, also the before care programming, additional programming. The senior programming has built into it this time for them to get a Xerox copy, some kind of printing device, because they do a lot of that. And they've been doing it here, and we have color flyers. We have Kathy over there now also. So they kind of needed a little bit of.
Yeah, but that should not be in the senior citizen program.
Okay.
But to buy a copy machine, what you're talking about.
Well, it wasn't a capital purchase because it was just a lease, so it was a.
But whatever it
monthly
is,
thing.
it shouldn't be under senior citizen program, should it? The programs to me is a program.
Yes.
Okay.
We can split it out
Yeah,
as
I could
separate
move
line
that
items.
to.
Yeah, because
stationary.
it shows now that we're going from 48,000 to 67,000. I'm expecting
Some sort of service.
services not a leasing of a copy machine. That's also a pretty heavy lease.
But we could move that. And the rest was just new programming, which a lot of it is moving over from South Orange. So it's just instructor fees, but it's not an exact.
So let's talk about that, because that was kind of flew under. South Orange Cultural Affairs is moving over here on a temporary basis. Could you explain that or not?
When did that happen?
I meant the senior. I was talking about the senior program.
Well, isn't there cultural affairs too?
There's part of it.
And you're working on some kind of shared service?
With the shared services.
Yeah, so and maybe you could we'll talk about the seniors and the cultural affairs.
Well, with cultural affairs, the single biggest thing is that they have personnel, a part-time cultural affairs director who's actually losing their space at the Baird. And we're still in discussion, though it's well past midpoint. It looks like we're going to be able to relocate that person to the 1978 Art Center, which will give them a space to work out of. It'll allow more hours for viewing the exhibits at 1978, and will also help us be able to program there during the weekdays, classes, other activities, because right now there's the 1978 Art Center is open to the public for about 4 hours on the weekend days. And that's pretty much it. So relocating this person will be a win-win for them. They'll have a place for that person, and we'll be able to make better use of the space. She's also going to be contributing to the programming in 1978.
So will that person be working separately from you or as part of your team?
definitely in tandem with and very much cooperatively. I think it maybe remains to be seen whether they'd be under our
She would have to be.
supervision, but they're working very closely together.
But this person will be creating cultural activities and events for South Orange.
As far as the location for the events they're planning, they're losing their space. I'm not entirely sure of what her continued responsibilities will be as far as programming for South Orange, because they're losing the primary space that she has programmed for years, being the gallery at the Baird Center.
I think just in the spirit that we do everything for both towns. You know, now, like, she would be working on visual arts displays, and of course, we would be inviting everybody, but she would be working under the auspice of, right, cultural affairs.
Paying her.
South Orange.
Okay. And
But she would be here, so we need some sort of indemnification.
so what I'm hearing is losing her space, so needs more space, but there's no place for her to coordinate cultural events that she would normally create for South Orange in South Orange. So now we're going to have her stuff at 1978 that she would have normally programmed for South Orange?
Essentially, yes. And sure, her background is also in visual arts that goes with a gallery space, where I'm not sure, quite honestly, is what her continued obligation will be as far as, you know, outdoor activities in South Orange that she's been involved in. Right.
It's just the Piero Gallery, right?
That is correct.
So is Piero Gallery going away completely at the Barrett? I know they're planning renovations at the Barrett, but is it coming back?
I can't answer definitively, but I know there's been discussion about it not coming back or it being significantly smaller, less of a footprint. And from what I understand, there's still a lot up in the air over there.
Well, yeah, that's true. But
So South Orange is paying this person. They will be at 1978 Maplewood Township location. They will be coordinating cultural events for planning, coordinating, running cultural events for South Orange.
And Maplewood, right?
No, that was never said. Is that the case?
That's a deal breaker.
What are the facts?
What we're talking about with them almost is exclusively pertaining to the 1978 space, that she's going to be able to have a desk there, an office there out of which to work, and be able to work with us as far as programming that gallery space. Programming anything beyond that hasn't even been on the table, and I don't know what continued obligations she will have to program events in South Orange, regardless of where it takes place.
Well, they're not getting rid of their cultural, they're not getting rid of their cultural affairs department, right? And she's the person who does it. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
So we need to really dive deeper here. I mean, how does everybody else feel about
Got to
this?
set up a meeting with the administration and
So,
our renovation.
A lot of this was waiting for the first of the year because there was so much tentative over there. So there were meetings that Melissa and I had with our counterparts, and we set up various possibilities, but a lot of it was pending because at the time we met, they weren't even sure when their building was going to close down.
So this person is going to be paid by South Orange, going to be assigned to work in Maplewood at the 1978 Art Gallery, which would allow us, as I heard you say, would allow us to have more accessibility for viewers at 1978, because it's limited right now to a couple weekends, a couple days, a couple hours on the weekends. So if we have a show there, because we have that person there, we could have a viewing on Tuesday afternoon, which we can't do now. So there's a benefit to us.
I don't understand why that is. I don't understand why we can't do that now. It's our property.
Well, we don't have staff.
We don't have the staff.
We didn't ask for any more
Well,
staff.
no, let's not all answer. We don't have the staff for it.
Okay.
So this is, by having the person there,
Mhm.
it allows us to get some benefit of having that staff person work there, but also because of her physical presence there, having that building open more than it is now. The building essentially sits locked up, except for a couple times during the week when they have a volunteer go in there with a key to run a program, a class. So those classes will still continue. We will do more of that because we now will have a staff person there that will have the responsibility for that building. In addition, she might have what they had at the Puro Gallery at 1978, which would then be positive for us because it would bring additional viewers to something local. So there's a real win here of getting a staff person to staff 1978, where we don't have the funding and don't have the person power right now to put somebody in there.
So that's.
And they're going to pay for that.
That's what you're considering is it's shared. So we provide the space, the cost of having an office in there, the cost of having it open, the electric, the whatever, and then staff would be covered by South Orange.
And we would have a shared service agreement with South Orange for that particular person and the roles in which that person will play.
Right, and we'll be able to, as Melissa said, we're absorbing a lot of their programs because they don't have space anymore. And so we've selectively discussed what classes, ongoing things might also be able to move to 1978 as well as our other buildings. And that's part of it.
Okay, and there's something on the senior side?
On the senior side, we're taking some of their fitness classes, their popular fitness classes.
Just because the Baird is closed?
Yes, so they're saying April 1st as of now.
Right. So who's paying for those, or how does that work? Is that a fee-based situation?
Yes, we will be, when they switch over, doing all the registrations like we do our normal senior programming, paying those instructors. So they're essentially going to be Maplewood recreation programs.
So is there any cost to us for this?
No, I mean, we'll pay the instructors, but we'll be making the revenue for the fees also.
So instead of those things happening in South Orange, they'll just happen here at our facilities?
And Kate was nice enough to even survey some of the classes. I think out of 20 of them, 17 said they would take the trip over for a lot of them.
And we're not, there's no reason to have a shared service agreement for that because you're not providing any staff.
No.
They're just, instead of whatever the group is that meets there is going to meet here, and then and other people can join that group.
Yes.
From Maplewood or South Orange or anywhere.
Town, yeah. We're already doing it with so much, so. Yeah, and they get the same fee because we passed that ordinance, so it's just more offerings.
All right. So there's nothing on the senior side, on the cultural side. Are you okay with what's being discussed?
I'm glad that I know about it now and all the facts about it. But I do think, and this is a larger conversation for down the road, if this is done well, it opens the door to merging rec and cultural affairs with South Orange. So think about that. I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. I'm just saying that's where the door opens. So that's all I'll say.
Well, and that's something that's been discussed in the past.
Been studied too.
Yeah.
The reality is that they haven't, where we acquire a lot of buildings lately, they've gotten rid of one major building, so they're struggling. They don't even know where to put half of their staff, all the departments.
So, can we have, unless she'll be back next Saturday, but can we have Ms. Mancuso discuss her requests from Open Space Trust Fund?
Yeah, I haven't
looked at that.
I haven't reviewed that.
To be honest.
I think most of that is been prepared by the Open Space Trust Fund Committee. So they'll probably be able to explain it a lot better than Ms. Mancuso
Because you
could.
don't have that many in there anyway. There's not too many.
Well,
There's the basketball court.
I mean,
of course.
the DeHart basketball court and then also the tennis courts at Maple Crest and DeHart.
Which sort of fell more under engineering than it did recreation. I mean, it's a recreation function, but engineering has been
Property.
spearheading those projects.
Okay.
Do you want to say anything about those two things?
Yeah, or I could come back next week.
I can just say it now.
Yeah,
If you have.
I think I think that the most important project in front of the open space is definitely the basketball and tennis at the heart. There's a need for it. Our basketball parents know we need it. We only have one small court here at Memorial. And if you live on the other side of town, your parents often, we're learning, don't let you walk over here because it's just too far of a walk. So we do get a lot of feedback from people really of all ages, intergenerationally, that there's not enough basketball courts in town. So I strongly recommend doing the tennis at the same time because I think that would be the best idea. Otherwise, it's going to look a stark contrast to have a beautiful facility next to an unplayable tennis court. And I thought DeHart was the best spot due to the facility there. So we have a building there, we have working restrooms there, water fountains, staff, and we're interested in programming it. We have a big basketball staff here in Maplewood. We have great coaches. We have, knock on wood, a lot of winning teams. We take home a lot of trophies and we want to increase it. We've increased by, now we have girls programs, now we have younger kids playing. So we're always looking to grow, and it would be great to be able to train and play with the kids in the summertime too, outside when we cannot really get school space. So a town this size with a basketball program that's this robust, I think it's just not enough playing space for them. And we want the kids outside playing.
Is there anything else? You said Maple Crest?
Maple Crest.
Well, I'm just looking at the OSTF requests for recreation or the season park attendant, which is small, and then the Maple Crest tennis court renovation is a larger request. And I just thought while she was here, we'd get the benefit of her thoughts on.
You have anything to say about Maple
Right,
Crest?
yes. Well, that space, it wouldn't be, right now the Maple Crest tennis courts are sort of an eyesore. They're not playable really for tennis. From what I understand, it was Hurricane Sandy had its way with them and they're unplayable. So right now they don't look good. It's should be a better play space for people. And if we were looking for a regulation basketball court, it wouldn't fit on that footprint. So I think we went back and forth with different locations. I would like to see something there that's playable for recreation. So this, I had someone come out to talk about the possibility of a tennis court renovation. We went back and forth with having a hitting wall and 2 courts. This is a price just using that existing footprint for a hitting wall, 2 courts, and then replacement of fence around it without.
We're at OSTF, we talked about possibly, I have another follow-up question with you, but
okay.
I suggested just shrinking the footprint and putting more green, like
right.
putting some green back because there's so much, impervious surface already in that area. Street and the pathway and then the tennis courts themselves. So do you think there's a need, if we redo the tennis courts at DeHart, Boardwalk from Maple Crest, and we have tennis courts over off DeHart Road, we have tennis courts at Maplewood Memorial, you think there's a need for tennis courts at Maple Crest if we're redoing the tennis courts in our park?
I think there is a need. I think people would play. They used to play when we had the forums. People were indicating they wanted them, at Maple Crest open and to play, that there's tennis players over there. Certainly they could walk to DeHart. We would also have programming opportunities. We have tennis all year, basically rounds over here at Memorial Park. So I would be open to more green space if we had 1 court in there. I'm flexible. I think anything would be better than going through there and seeing a rickety fence and weeds growing through cracks.
Definitely needs renovation. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think it would get played on.
Rented.
Right. I don't think it would sit a beautiful tennis court not being played on. I think they would definitely use whatever we put over there because it's a popular park.
And there's 3 courts there, right, currently?
3, yes.
Yeah.
So, so there's obviously, we have options between 3 courts and 0 courts.
Right.
That we can consider.
Right.
I think every court has at least 1 tennis court, is that correct? Every park rather has at
Every
least, and I
park has-
think
there's a lot of
that, for me, that would be a minimum.
Mhm.
Just to have it, have it spread out, and they should all be functioning.
Does pickleball need a court?
You can convert a tennis court to a pickleball court just with some tape. A lot of the seniors like to play it inside in the winter time, pickleball. Andrew, let us.
I just want to go back to the cultural thing again. We have reached out to South Orange administrator and asked them to get back to us so that we could create a working document which will be brought back here as a shared service. And we have not gotten a response from the administrator in South Orange. So we're not moving anything until we have this shared service agreement. And that shared service agreement would be like all of our shared service agreements. It would be approved by resolution of this township.
Okay.
And it's disappointing because it's not the first time that we've tried to have a conversation about an agreement such as the disposal of electronics at our DPW doing South Orange a favor, and we can't get an agreement with them.
Right. They ask, we say yes.
And then we say we need
There's no
some kind of
follow-up.
agreement, and we get
Right.
nothing. So,
The electronics recycling
Okay.
was.
I have a.
Wait.
Yes, sorry.
Can I have in the middle of a sentence? Electronics recycling was requested by trustee Walter Clark. So if you reach out to the administrator by
already
email
did.
and copy trustee
We
Clark.
spoke.
Sorry,
And
we
I
didn't
said,
get
I'm
to
waiting
it.
for something. I need to know, I need an indemnification with regard to that. But I also then need a service agreement and what it is their needs are with. So I'm going to reach out one more time and I'm going to actually sit a face-to-face meeting with them, and Andrew and Melissa, so we're all on the same page, and go from there and say, we're sort of time constraint, because if you're looking to bring this person on April 1st, I need to have something to you guys in February. We shouldn't,
Right, of course.
play with the clock.
Ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I have a few questions, and these may be more questions for Mr. Kaloje on the pool. For 2018, was the pool self-liquidating, or did we come up short?
It's actually a longer story. We came up short, Committeeman. We managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. The governing body made the difficult decision of changing the fee schedule last year, and that was successful. By the time the pool closed out, by the time we finished paying all our bills, and it was now October, we were self-liquidating by roughly about $6,000 or $7,000. Apparently, we have some sort of agreement with South Orange going back to 2013, where we allow South Orange families to sign up for the Maplewood pool at the Maplewood rate, and we send them 50% of that revenue. So when we sent that 50%, that turned us from being self-liquidating to coming up short by about $7,000. I'm not sure why the practice was established, because, and I understand the concept of revenue sharing, but if it's our chlorine, our lifeguards, our overhead on electricity, we should at least be netting it out before we send something over. But we were sending half of the gross revenue on South Orange families in Maplewood back to South Orange. So from a CFO perspective, we shouldn't be doing that. From a community perspective of we want to, be good neighbors and we want to share and we want to facilitate, people being together, I get that. But the arrangement right now, it hurt us this year. It took us from being self-liquidating to not being self-liquidating. And when we're talking about a $1.1 million renovation project, that difference is we're going to have to budget 5% of that, or $55,000, in order to go out and bond for $1.1 million. If we were self-liquidating, we would have been able to bond for the full $1.1 million without having to raise $55,000 somewhere. So it's something that I think this governing body needs to strongly consider, the revenue share. Now, it's reciprocal, but my understanding, and Melissa can correct me if I'm wrong, but they only charge something like $40 for their pool, right?
No, you know what? I think you both need to sit down and get all the information, because the people from Maplewood joined the South Orange pool. Are we getting their fees?
No, we have not received any.
Well, that's supposed to be coming. It's not a one-way trip.
Because they pay the Maplewood rate to join the South Orange pool.
Right.
And we should be getting half of that back.
If that's the agreement.
There may not be many of them, but.
This is not like just a handshake. This was an agreement that we made with the township committees. So this is all on the record somewhere.
Right. The resolution makes no mention to money coming back to Maplewood. It only talks about money going out of
Well,
Maplewood.
then, they're supposed to sign up here then. The Maplewood people are supposed to sign up here for that South Orange pool. Do they do that? So why are we sending that money to them?
That's, been the past practice that we basically send them how many people and then cut a PO to them.
Okay.
And
All right.
it is.
How about we take a look at this and look at the resolution or ordinance, whatever we did. It can't be just a one-way street. We wouldn't be that stupid to create a situation like that.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Apparently.
But my issue is the $55,000 we're gonna have to come up with if we want a bond for this, because we came up a few $1,000s short on accounting. And I had, in terms of, whether it was attributed to 2018 revenue or whether maybe it's projected for 2019. I know there's supposed to be a payment from Avalon. Is that something that's projected for 2019 revenue now?
No, it would still be on the 2018 revenue, and it would now go into accounts receivable.
So if that money comes in 2019, would it be applied to 2018 and then we would be self-liquidating?
Correct.
It's going to come in.
Okay. All right. Well, because I'm less worried about fixing $6,000 or $7,000 shortfall if we're going to have a payment that's going to come and that's going to put us over the top and make us self-liquidating. So I'm just trying to get us to self-liquidating for the purposes you're talking about. If we have a big bond coming up, that's a huge difference.
Agreed.
Okay. That addresses my issue.
Yeah. Ms. Viveros, you have contacted Avalon. What's the situation?
I've contacted them. I spoke to them beginning of last week. So with their tax department, so it's on the way. Both I believe it's $299 for the payment, the $100,000 contribution to the pool, and then $10,000 contribution to landscaping at Fire Station 2. So they're honoring that, and it's on the way. So I'll follow up with them again this coming week. I know we wanted to get that expedited.
Right. Okay. And Mr. Glogia, so that will make us self-liquidating to the tune of $90,000.
For that particular year as a one-time shot. And then what we would be able to do is either use that money for capital projects, or it would probably be wiser to put that money into fund balance so that on those years that we are going to come up short of means self-liquidating, we can dip into that and maintain our self-liquidating status.
Exactly. I mean, if that's something that we can, that's an option from an accounting perspective, I think that's the best path. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good point. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ready for the library. This is tab L, how appropriate.
Yes. L is for the way you look.
Colleagues said that too.
No, we're not. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, are you out of your stuff back there?
I was listening.
Okay. Welcome. Sarah Lester, Director of the Library. We've had the opportunity to read your November 30th memo on the budget. We see that you have 3 capital requests. We also have the opportunity to look at your line items, so there might be some questions there. So what we're going to ask you to do is if you could maybe point out a couple of 2018 highlights, and then what you would like to do for 2019, and then we'll go over the 3 capital budgets item by item.
Okay. Thank you. So we had another big year at the Maplewood Library. The library is well-used, well-worn, and well-loved. Over 900 people walk through our doors every day. Last year, for a total of 253,397 people. We added 1,318 library cards last year. So when people move to Maplewood, their first stop is the Maplewood Library. So we see.
And you should know that when we're doing Talk to the Township, we do ask, do you have a Maplewood Library card?
And we thank you for that.
Yes.
Our print circulation continues to be very high, but what we saw a dramatic increase in our books and e-resources last year. There's a 25% increase from the year before. So
what's happened and what's happened traditionally, like every year here that I've been here, is people still use the traditional resources at the library, but the additional e-resources have added a huge component to our services. The other big thing that we saw last year, which has increased big increases every year, is we had 66,958 wireless connections, which was close to a 10% increase from the year before. So people are walking in with their devices, using our wireless, and really appreciating that. We have very fast wireless service at both the main and the Hilton Branch Library. Our program attendance was also very high last year. We had 820 library programs, 368 community programs, which was over a 15% increase from the year before. So again, we have big demands for our meeting spaces at the library. And we also had, sort of big events at the library. Last year, we had our 5th annual Ideas Festival, which brings in a lot of, wonderful, we get great speakers and also wonderful attendance. And we received 3rd-year funding for our ESL classes at the Hilton Branch Library. So that was a $74,000 grant from the state. And we're very proud of that. We have a 70% success and retention rate in Maplewood. The state average is in the 30 to 40%. So we have a model program here in Maplewood, and that was a competitive grant, and we look forward to getting that again this year. The other thing that we're proud of from last year is we went fine-free for kids and teens, really removing all barriers in this community so that everybody can access our resources without penalty. And that was very much appreciated by our by people in the community.
So you're not chasing down kids for...
No, and we're not, and we're really welcoming them back. So our librarians go into the schools, go out into the community, and really, welcome kids back. The kids want to be there. It's their parents that tell them they can't come if they have fines.
Oh,
so it's really been a wonderful thing to see them come back. I'm trying to think of what else. We're still a member of the Buckles Consortium of Libraries, which has been a big thing for us, and that's we're a member of that includes 77 libraries in northern New Jersey. We have 100,000 items, print items, in our collection at both the Main and the Hilton Branch Library, and with our consortium, our Maplewood residents have access to 5 million items, and Maplewood residents really take advantage of that.
Anything for 2018 or 2019?
Okay, so we received grant funding again for ESL, and we are coming up on our 6th annual Ideas Festival. So that will be coming up March 24th through April 5th, and we've got some great speakers lined up. Tina Kelly will be receiving the Maplewood Literary Award this year. Other speakers include Paul and Fred Perfetta, Kadisha White, Chad Hunt, Rachel Sherrill, Candace Davenport, Jennifer Weiss-Wolf, Chris Healy, and Taffy Broadser-Ackner. And we have a few others that we'll be announcing very soon. In 2019, the biggest thing that we're hoping to do is apply for a big construction grant from the state. So right now, the regulations for the state grant are sitting in the governor's office. And the state library has done everything they can, and we're just waiting for them to be released. We are ready in all respects. We've already done the site survey, the geotechnical survey. We're getting ready. So we're really looking forward to that.
Just go back to the ESL. Do you have in your mind the retention rates and the participation rates that we heard at the library meeting?
So I think we have a welcoming space.
What are the numbers? Do you know the numbers?
What do you mean?
There's the rates. I mean, there's a percentage.
It was 70% here in
70% of the people.
It's 30 to 40 statewide.
So 30 to 40% of the people statewide only stay, and we retain them at 70%.
Yes. And what we've done at Hilton is the library is not open to the public on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, and that's when our ESL classes come. People feel very welcomed there, and it's, and then they get library cards, they use other services. We have our nurses come and do health screenings following those events. We've had citizenship classes following those, following ESL. So we're really building on what's happening in the morning and doing additional things in the afternoon. So people want to come back.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
Let's go to your 3 capital requests, the first one being the self-checkout machines.
Yes.
I want you to explain what they are.
Okay, so self-checkout just allows patrons to come in, grab their materials, and check them out themselves. And this is really standard across the country. We're really behind on this. So this we'll start with 1 machine at the main library and 1 at Hilton. When we go under construction, the 1 at Main can move to wherever a secondary location. And right now, what we're doing in advance of that is that we are RFID tagging all of our materials so that patrons can come up with a stack of books, just place them on, check out. It's very fast, very efficient. It frees up our staff to do other things that are forward-facing with the public, and it allows our patrons to come in and out very quickly.
And these could be transferable back to the main
Totally.
library once it
Yes.
gets renovated?
Yes.
Any questions on this one?
No.
Technology.
Okay. So I'm trying to find okay. We have over 100 computers at the Main and Hilton Library. So, every 5 years we refresh our equipment, and so they're on a sort of on a schedule. This year we're asking for 4 MacBook Airs, 4 laptops, 10 desktops, 6 iPads. And this is really standard for what we have to do, the kind of use that we have in the library. We have to do this. I don't know if any other questions about that. We are trying to move very slowly toward a more mobile environment. So we're moving towards more laptops, so we'll continue to do that.
So when you say mobile, so people can use the laptop in the library?
Correct.
And go
So right
somewhere
now
else?
we have 13 in our Create Space, our computer at Hilton, and we have 8 that we use every day after school in our teen zone. So the teens come in, they show us their library card, they check out a laptop, and we really are trying to increase this because those are.
They check it out like a book, so they
check it out, but they have to use it in the library.
I was going to say, how do we keep it from walking out of the library?
We have their information. We have never lost. This has been going on for I think 3 years, and the kids. But I think there's value in giving someone something that is nice.
Absolutely.
And these kids who use our equipment, they do not have this at home, and many of them don't have Wi-Fi at home either. So they need this, and they take care of them.
Cool.
And then your last item is to make the Hilton Library even more welcoming by a new carpet.
And this is definitely needed. The carpet, I believe, is somewhere between 15 and 20 years old, and again, it's very well worn. And we know that when the main library is under construction, the use is going to be much greater. We're trying to make that a really, really nice space, and it's necessary.
I was at the Hilton Neighborhood Association answering questions, and I talked about the library renovation, and someone said, well, you're going to put all this money into the main library, what about Hilton? And I said that we will address Hilton through our capital budget,
right.
On an ongoing basis. And so these are the kinds of things that I'm glad you're bringing us so that we can continue to make sure that we're investing in both branches of the library. Anything that's been said or on the line items, which are 390 on page 7 of 12?
I have one question, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. Ms. Lester, this may also be a CFO question, but union unit 390-102, is that pensions?
No, sir. The union unit is just a designation of the employees of the library who are in the union. So it's a salary line item, but
Better
it
salaries,
identifies
yeah.
that group of employees.
Gotcha. Okay, so there's an administration, union unit, and then hourly, so those are all just different kinds of
Categories
employees.
of employees, right.
Okay.
And in fact, we'll change the heading in that budget to make it a little more clear.
How many employees does the library have?
The library has 36 employees, 23 FTE. So we have a lot of part-time, a lot of hourly staff.
Mm-hmm. And and how many are unionized?
Like, I'm trying, I don't
Is
have
it- I
that
mean,
number in
is-
front of me.
is-
It's between 15 and 20.
Okay, so
Right.
We have the membership, and I would say we have about,
It's about 20.
okay, so yeah, so it's at least half of
It's
the,
most of the staff. yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
all right. That was my question.
Other than the part-time of the only two non-unionized people, yourself and your administrative assistant.
Correct.
Okay, that even more specifically answers my question. Thank you.
I have one question. In all of these, the salaries for these different departments are in the department, but health benefits and pension contributions are in a separate line item, correct?
Yes.
Not necessarily for the library, but for all the other departments.
No. Well, they're in a separate line item in terms of how we pay for them, but they're also in the library's operating budget because the library gets charged.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean the library, I meant the other departments.
The other department, everyone's everyone's health benefits are in one line item category. So the library is included in that, but the pool utility is a good example of the library as well. Because they're outside or somewhat independent from us, there's line items in their budget that we charge as reimbursement to that line
Right,
item
okay.
in our operating budget.
For example, in the fire department, if I was to look at the fire department here, I would not see a
You would
line
not see
item
it,
for
no,
either
you would
health
not see that line
benefits or pension contribution.
You will see it in the library, you'll see it in the pool utility, you would also see it in our shared service agreements for inspections. Because we also charge a portion of that to whoever we're providing shared service to.
So if I was to just, this is something I need to know for another reason. With the fire department, if I see that the fire department, their line item, or if I just look here, their fire department, it says $5.2 million. On top of that, there'll be a pension contribution and there'll be a health benefit contribution.
In a separate part of our current fund
That the
budget.
town has to pay for. I know there's a health benefit contribution that employees pay for, but there's also a health benefit contribution the town has to pay for, correct?
Correct. It shows up as one large line item.
Right.
For the health benefits, there's a separate line item that we use to track the employee contributions, which then go to reimburse that line item.
Right, okay.
it's in the master sheet, which will keep, it'll be ongoing, just, it's in the Avatar.
No, it's in cap
It's in
up to, it's in cap up to,
Second page, towards the bottom.
Okay. So anything for the library? Thank you very much. That was easy, right?
That was easy.
And you know what? Look at the time, 3:00.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the township committee? Considering there's no one in this room, I doubt that's going to happen. But before we leave, we do have one item, and that is a question that came to us from our clerk about filming in the village.
Thank you, Mayor. So I bring this to the Township Committee to advise you that we have a filming request for filming in Maplewood Village. Normally, our routine filming requests, I don't go directly to the Township Committee, they're in residential areas. But Maplewood Village is a little tricky, and it just involves also the merchants and the Maplewood Village Alliance being notified of such filming, and how, if or if not, that would impact businesses. So I bring it to your attention for your thoughts. The other thing I'll just throw out there is, we had a moratorium on filming in Maplewood Village based on the fact that that was the intent conveyed by the SID over the last few years. It becomes one or two businesses are being compensated for whatever filming is going on. And just based on maybe the traffic patterns closing down of Maplewood Ave, other businesses are impacted, their businesses, and they're not being compensated in any way from the film company. So, that does come up.
I have.
Okay, so what is the specific request?
Well, the specific request is no more than what I've told you, because they're starting the conversation. They have not committed to Maplewood Village, but they're interested in knowing if they did choose Maplewood Village, would they be able to film there?
Right, but what
So you're looking at one day,
one day,
and in the Starbucks area, and obviously they're willing to pay for whatever officers are needed, which whoever gets a filming permit out, if we deem police are needed, the filming company pays for it. So you're looking at one day during the daytime. I would assume it's a weekday, and it looks like they would start their filming after commuters and people have gone to work.
What'd you
That's
do?
what they said.
What'd you do years ago when Meryl Streep and?
Okay, well, we accommodated that filming. That was
all, they changed the parking, remember? It was parallel
Yes.
parking, they changed.
Yeah, they changed the
At a
whole look
festival.
of Maplewood Village. You
Right.
wouldn't have recognized it. But we did accommodate that. That was a week-long filming.
So I'm asking, how did you deal with the businesses and their loss of business during that?
Well, I think, we had the film company try to get as many businesses compensated as possible that would be affected, but, we certainly can't make them do that.
This was, I think we did not have a film ordinance at the time. We
Well,
subsequently.
the film ordinance may have went into effect right after One
That.
True Thing and
Yeah,
Step
no, that's
Mom.
that's what was being asked. When did so we didn't have anything concrete,
Right,
of course, and then we adopted a film ordinance, and that's what we've been following since then.
going back to like 96, 98.
Do we know if it's the entire day, that one day, or just a portion of the day?
No, we don't know that yet, but I would assume it's probably in the neighborhood of 8 to 6.
And do we know if it's going to be in Starbucks or in the Rickleton Square area near Starbucks?
I don't know that.
Don't know that
concretely,
either.
No.
And do we know, so you mentioned a moratorium against filming. Is that something that came to be?
From the alliance that, this isn't worth it, especially if our businesses are going to suffer.
But that was a long time ago, or
Well,
was
not a
it
long time ago, in the last couple of years.
the last couple of years? So what is the process if we were to say that we're okay with going forward?
Okay, well, what I would do is I would say, okay, the township committee would be in favor of this, but I would also at the same time notify as a courtesy, the Maplewood Village Alliance that you are in favor of having a filming day in Maplewood Village. Then we'd see if the filming company, is going to submit an application. We don't act on anything unless I get an application filled out. I don't go by word of mouth, who's on the phone, who called, because you better be serious if we're going to say you could do it. So I look for the application to be filled out, and I would, again, inform them that it's a one-day event, would be $1,000. That's the rate for Maplewood Village. And of course, the police presence that's required. And then we need their insurance certificate.
$4 million insurance and the $5,000 down payment. I recently became very well acquainted with our film ordinance, as you know.
Yes. And you did very well.
Thank you. So when do we need to get back to the film company about this?
Well, I would get back to the film company on Monday. I think she was looking for an answer yesterday afternoon, but.
So we don't have time to go to the MVA and ask them first, get a feel from them?
No, I think we have to decide whether or not we're even open to it. Does the ordinance say that we have to have MVA approval?
No.
Okay.
You do not. That's a courtesy.
And there's nothing in the MVA SID ordinance that says
Correct.
anything about this either, so.
So this is the email that you received and you forwarded to us.
Right.
45 to 50 cast crew.
I never
A big
believe
deal.
what they
It's a
tell
big
me.
deal.
Big.
They need, it's a one-day shoot. They don't say how long of a day. Well, I'll get to that. This says no crazy equipment needs, just thinking right after the morning commute would be an ideal time. It will require intermittent control of the downtown area streets and sidewalks. And that the cops would be needed, I guess, to stop the traffic every now and then. So, and what she says is the client is looking to select, to bid on locations, so.
And what time of year would this be? When would this be?
I think it's looking to do right now here.
Soon.
I have no problem with it.
Frank also left me, Mr. McGee, he left me, I'm okay with any type of filming in the village.
Yeah.
Mr. Lambert?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, I think it's not going to be prolonged. It doesn't seem like it's going to be spread out among, blocks and blocks. So yeah, I don't have an objection.
I also am in favor of it.
So I'm okay with it. It's, I think what I would like to, she's talking about Starbucks issue. I think she said she was in Starbucks getting coffee and she thought that was a quiet location. I would like to keep it in that area
Okay.
because it is less congested there.
Keep it up in the Rickleton Square area.
Yes, I would not want to put it near Baker Street. So I'd be willing to do some negotiations with her about location in the village, but we want to have the final say about location. I think the more we bring it down towards Baker Street, it just gets, Baker Street is the intersection between, the two sides of Maplewood with the bridge there. So I don't want to have a situation where we have to close down traffic. The one thing we learned with our new road behind the Claris is that we can do a lot of creative traffic movement now. So if we were to be around Kings and the Claris, I think we can accommodate that better with traffic flow than if we're down more towards Baker or
Down
even
by
up.
Baker too, we'd be impacting the school district.
Yeah, it's just, it's a difficult corner, so that's why. So I would be inclined to keep it, but I would want to keep it up in that area.
I'd be open to anywhere in the village as long as they had traffic pattern. I think the behind the Claris thing actually, obviously it's easier where there's fewer people.
Did you want to bring that up?
Yeah, Sonia, I meant to bring it up to the police for the capital. I'd like the capital request for the refillable water bottles. I think it'd be interesting to know how much they're all these bottled water. No, I don't mean the cost of the new fountain. I'm like what they're spending now on bottles of water. But, exactly, not to mention the pollution.
Got that?
Okay.
I'm gonna be dead before any of this. I fight for
All in favor?
Yes, aye.
Save the earth.
See you next Saturday.